Jeffrey Nice is my name. I'm going to speak for about 25 minutes to explain a few things about the tribunal, and then that will be followed by about 15 minutes from Mr. Hamid Sabi, counsel, and his fellow counsel, and the first witness will start at about 9:45. If you can't hear me for any reason, put your hand up and we'll find out whether I'm speaking too close to the microphone or too far away. Jeffrey Nice is my name. The Uyghur Tribunal meets in public for the first time today at the start of 4 days, today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday and Monday, of hearing evidence. There will be a second 4-day hearing starting on Friday, the 10th of September. Members of the tribunal from your left are Mr. Tim Clark, Professor Audrey Ostler, Professor Raminda Kaur, Ms. Catherine Rowe, then there's me, Professor Ambrina Manji, Nick Clark, Mr. Nick Clark, who formed the tribunal with me and is its vice chair, Dame Parveen Kumar, and Professor David Lynch. The tribunal is investigating the People's Republic of China, PRC for short, for genocide and crimes against humanity alleged to have been committed against the Uyghur, Kazakh, and other Turkic Muslim populations in the PRC. Of note, all 11 of the crimes that can establish a crime against humanity may be considered, including apartheid, first formalized as a crime in any statute in 2002. The tribunal follows, but is entirely separate from the China tribunal that investigating forced organ harvesting, on which Mr. Vetch and I both served. That tribunal focused on Falun Gong practitioner victims, but heard and accepted some evidence about Uyghurs being subject to crimes against humanity. That judgment and the evidence leading to it will play no part in the work of this tribunal until and unless spelt out and explained. This tribunal will assess evidence presented to it and nothing more. The China tribunal, however, made clear that incarceration and torturing of Uyghurs made pressing the need for their alleged suffering, past and present, to be addressed with the utmost urgency. With that in mind, discussions with various United Kingdom parliamentarians and individuals, including Luke de Pulford of United Kingdom NGO Genocide Response, led to meetings with the World Uyghur Congress. Its president, Dulkan Issa, asked in June 2020 for this tribunal to be formed to investigate ongoing atrocities and possible genocide against Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Turkic Muslim populations. The tribunal was formally launched on the 3rd of September 2020. Some of those assisting in establishing the tribunal and those in the World Uyghur Congress hold firm views about some of the issues that the tribunal has been asked to investigate. They have all recognized that the tribunal takes no account of and will not be influenced by the views they hold, just as the previous China tribunal judgment will be disregarded. The tribunal will reach a judgment by December, it is hoped, on the basis of the evidence presented to it and nothing else. The tribunal is a people's tribunal, of which there have been a number since World War II in Europe and elsewhere. For those unfamiliar with people's tribunals, 2 examples show how they may serve a public purpose by answering a question that needs or needed answering, but would be left untouched by national or international courts or other formal bodies. The Women's International War Crimes Tribunal on Japan's military sexual slavery delivered its judgment in 2001 on events that happened during World War II. Like all such tribunals, it had no powers to sanction or punish, but found criminal culpability in those responsible, including the long-dead wartime emperor, for forcing women into the sexual slavery of soldiers of the Japanese Imperial Army during the war. The women then surviving, and history itself, gained immense benefit from the judgment. The Russell Tribunal, formed by philosopher Lord Bertrand Russell and others in 1966, inquired into alleged criminality by the United States of America in the then current Vietnam War, acting with urgency in the hope that its evidence based the conduct of the war. In each case, those tribunal decisions are the only ability reached at evidence-based processes. Failures by nations or international bodies to deal with such questions as people's tribunals usually answer are normally or always a reflection of concerns, or worse, unstated and hidden, is of confronting a powerful state by public examination of what to that response to Article 1, when 3 or more parliaments and one government have said genocide is actually happening to the Uyghurs. Consider the United Kingdom, which acceded to the convention in 1970, 21 years after it entered into force. No government since, of any political colour, has justified action by reference to the Article 1 undertaking. In 1971, Sir Alec Douglas Hume, as Foreign Secretary, responded to a suggestion of action over an alleged genocide by arguing, first there must be an accusation, then it must be dealt with in the courts of the country concerned, then it must be dealt with under the auspices of the United Nations Court, but no such court has been set up. Therefore, accusations of genocide fall on barren ground. The present government's position is little different. However, times have changed, and the terms crimes against humanity and genocide have, at the initial instigation of lawyers and politicians who recognized the need to do everything to avoid the repetition of the horrors of 2 world wars, those terms have become common currency. Citizens around the world now use the terms and expect countries to act in accordance with the law concerning them. So it is a misfortune that the United Kingdom's government, and perhaps many others, finds itself by combination of policy and limitations of international judicial systems unable even to consider the duties it may have under the Genocide Convention, simply because there is no judge to say whether genocide is occurring, a requirement not to be found in the Convention itself, but formulated within the United Kingdom. And the government cannot think that those who are not judges are incapable of deciding on evidence whether genocide is happening. Under the United Kingdom's legal system, a jury of randomly selected United Kingdom citizens could decide the issue if an individual were charged with genocide under a statute that makes genocide a national crime and that was passed into law 20 years ago. This particular misfortune of government serves to demonstrate that there is a gap or void to be filled if citizens are to have confidence that their government is fulfilling immensely important duties it has and must discharge on the citizens and on its own behalf. All members of the tribunal, counsel to the tribunal Hamid Sabi, head of research Aldo Zamit Borda, and others work entirely pro bono, without benefit of any kind. No one working for the tribunal is permitted to make any financial contribution to the tribunal. No one in the tribunal has any particular interest in the Uyghurs or other Muslims in the PRC or in the PRC itself, beyond the interest that they may have for others around the world, said to have suffered injustice at the hands of them. Thus, no one in the tribunal has any interest in the tribunal's judgment beyond ensuring that it is correct. The tribunal has no rules of procedure, extremely difficult. The result is that we will have a number of witnesses appearing by video from a number of different countries speaking in what may be to us unfamiliar languages with interpreters in different jurisdictions, all in different times, circumstances. It is, of course, possible that things, and it's hoped that will be understood. Judgment, and we're reaching conclusions of fact and law, the law as it is, when satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that it is right to do so, and only on the basis of evidence received. Mr. Sabi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Tribunal, and good morning to all of you. And my name is Hamid Sabi, and together with my colleagues, Dr. Zamit Borda and R.F. Abraham, we act as counsel to the Tribunal. Dr. Zamit Borda will explain the efforts of our research team in collection of evidence and the database of the Tribunal, while Mr. Abraham will outline the legal issues that may arise for consideration by the Tribunal. Counsel's remit has been to obtain evidence from all available sources in connection with mounting allegations relating to predicament of Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Turkic minorities in West China, and assess, evaluate, and present all that evidence to the Tribunal. Counsel was assisted by a research team in this endeavor. As the Chairman mentioned, the Council does not present a case for or against the PRC. Our duty is simply to present all the evidence relevant to issue this morning to you. All the evidence collected and collated by the team, including those deemed to be repetitive, are available to the Tribunal members on the Tribunal database. Apart from evidence published by evidence emanating from World Uyghur Congress and the Uyghur Transitional Justice Database
connected with the PRC, from online sources and various other sources. The Tribunal has also received detailed testimonies from fact witnesses and written evidence from leading experts around the world. Researchers working with the unit analyzed and reviewed hundreds of thousands of pieces of evidence. Our researchers had robust methodologies in place to impartially analyze and categorize any and all evidence received by the Tribunal or obtained on its own initiative, according to whether or not it was relevant and probative to the issue at hand. Researchers collected evidence irrespective of whether it appeared to be inculpatory or exculpatory. The Tribunal categorized and inputted all of this evidence deemed to be of high or medium importance into an evidence database. We also kept a record of evidence deemed to be repetitious or non-relevant. The Tribunal, from the available evidence, has catalogued and documented allegations of grievous abuses committed against the Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Turkic minorities in the Xinjiang region. The available evidence suggests acts such as mass surveillance and monitoring of the Muslim populations in the region, detention of millions of Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities in camps, treatment which may amount to torture or degrading treatment of detainees in these camps, separation of children from their parents, the denial of the right to practice their religion or speak their language, sterilization, forced labor, organ harvesting, disappearances, and in some cases, deaths. However, we have also documented evidence from the People's Republic of China that firmly denies that any such abuses have been or are being committed in the Xinjiang region. The position of the PRC is that its camps provide vocational training and are needed to fight extremism. From this perspective, the PRC has stated that it has always undertaken counterterrorism measures in accordance with the law. All of this evidence, including evidence of the allegations of abuses and evidence of the PRC's position on this matter, which was taken from public sources, has been made available to you, members of the panel. Finally, in order to promote greater transparency, and with a small number of exceptions specifically authorized by members of the panel, this evidence has also been made available and accessible to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gurda. The Tribunal, as explained, has before it a large body of evidence, both inculpatory and exculpatory, in respect of the allegations emanating from Xinjiang. The Tribunal will make various factual findings in respect of those allegations and may then apply the relevant law to those facts to make legal findings. Counsel to the Tribunal have provided several expert reports that consider the allegations emanating from Xinjiang to constitute violations of numerous provisions of international law. It is for the Tribunal to determine whether that is the case, considering the evidence before it. The Tribunal also has available to it, on request, treaties, jurisprudence, and legal commentary in relation to the relevant law. The relevant law is the international law that applies to the People's Republic of China as a state and/or individuals or organizations who are non-state operating within the PRC. That international law binds the PRC by virtue of either treaties the PRC has ratified or rules of customary international law which binds all states. Therefore, pursuant to these applicable treaties or customary international law obligations, the Tribunal may consider the law relating to the following international crimes as relevant. First, the crime of genocide, by which is meant the commission of certain prohibited acts with an intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, racial, religious, or ethnic group as such. The prohibited acts of genocide are limited to 5, namely killings, causing serious bodily or mental harm, creating conditions of life calculated to destroy, forcibly transferring children from one protected group to another, or imposing measures intended to restrict births. The words as such denote that the prohibited acts must have been committed against one or more persons because such persons were members of the particular protected group and specifically because of their membership in that group. Second, the Tribunal may consider the 11 underlying prohibited acts which constitute crimes against humanity. Those prohibited acts, if purposely committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against a civilian population, could be found to constitute crimes against humanity. The acts include, but are not limited to, enslavement, torture, murder, apartheid, and/or persecution against an identifiable group on ethnic, religious, or cultural or other grounds. Third, the Tribunal may consider the prohibition of torture as a self-standing international crime. Fourth, the Tribunal may consider violations of international law relating to the prohibition of racial discrimination, segregation, and/or apartheid, whether by virtue of the application on the Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination or rules of customary international law. Fifth, the Tribunal may consider violations of prohibitions relating to slavery as set out in the Slavery Conventions or rules of customary international law. In the event of any doubt, the PRC is bound by peremptory norms of customary international law that include the crimes I have mentioned: prohibition of genocide, crimes against humanity, racial discrimination, slavery, and torture. These obligations are owed to the international community as a whole, The PRC's compliance with these obligations is therefore the concern of all states as much as it is this tribunal's. The tribunal may also consider the alleged acts or omissions by agents, organs, or officials of the PRC or non-state actors to fall for consideration under the following international treaties by which China is also bound: the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The PRC is duty-bound under international law to respect, protect, and fulfill in good faith all of its obligations. Under these treaties and customary international law, the PRC must interpret, apply, or fulfill its obligations in line with international jurisprudence and guidance. As a minimum, the PRC must respect and ensure respect for the rights guaranteed under those treaties to all persons in its jurisdiction without discrimination. That entails not only refraining from any conduct that undermines the enjoyment of those rights, but also investigating all allegations of violations of those rights by state and non-state actors, and also providing effective remedies to individuals who suffer harm. When applying the relevant law and jurisprudence to the facts, the tribunal may consider the full extent of the duties to prohibit, prevent, and punish violations of international criminal law and international human rights law, as outlined in my submission. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our first witness is Kolbinar Sadiq.
Can I make one point through you, Mr. Sabi? Kolbinar Sadiq is a woman, and as I explained, the possibility of having women witnesses taken through their evidence by a woman member of your team was rendered impossible by reason of the sanctions. Where women witnesses may be giving issues of evidence about sensitive issues, they have been alerted to the fact that there may be a man asking them questions in the first place. Their attitude to that's been considered, and the tribunal will, in most cases, ask most of its questions through women. And I hope that meets what would be current norms for dealing with sensitive evidence through women witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, that will be considered. Can we call Kolbinar Sadiq to the stand? What happened?
Is this witness speaking through an interpreter or by sequential translation?
She will speak through interpreters.
Thank you. And you should identify the interpreter first, or translator, because she will be serving us in the case of many witnesses.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Kolbinar Sadiq was a teacher in the camps. She was born in Urumqi, East Turkestan. She taught Chinese language at local 24th primary school for 28 years. On 28 February 2017, she was given a new assignment by the party committee office at Saibab District Education Bureau. She was assigned to teach national language, that is Han Chinese, to a bunch of illiterate in designated locations. She was then forced to sign documents swearing her to secrecy, and then she was sent next morning to the camps. She taught in 2 camps for almost a year, a men camp first and then a female camp. She's a direct witness to the camp system and can attest to many ill treatment taking place in those detention centers. She witnessed the extremely poor sanitary conditions, the overcrowded cells, the weekly medical examination, blood sampling, injections of unknown substances, interrogations, injuries sustained by the detainees. She was forced to request for early retirement, and to add injury to insult, she was forced to live with a Chinese relative designated by the party. She was able to get her passport in September 2019 and join her daughter in Netherlands. Ms. Kolvinar Sadiq, you were a teacher for 26 in schools in Urumqi when you were asked to go and teach to a bunch of illiterates in a camp, and you started the work on 1st March 2016. Can you briefly describe for the tribunal the conditions of the camp? Please remember that the tribunal members have read your rather extensive report and they are fully aware of it. But would you please briefly highlight the points in the first men's camp? Thank you.
Qalbinur xanım, siz burun o'qituvchi bo'lgankensiz. 2017 yılı kampda o'qituvchilik, majburiy o'qituvchilik bo'lgan. Shuning uchun tunji erkaklar lagerini qisqacha bizga tushuntirib bera olamsiz. Bizning qo'limizda butun sizning bayonotingiz bor. Shuning uchun o'zingiz shu qisqacha bizga tushuntirib bergan bo'lsangiz, erlar lagerini.
Bo'ldi. Salom xonimlar, apandilar. Men jazo lager shohidi Qalbinur Sadiq. Bu Uyghur sud kollegiyasining bugungi qimmatli guvohlik berish fursati berganiga ko'pdan ko'p rahmat aytaman.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am Qalbinur Sadiq. I am the camp witness, and I am honored to have this opportunity to give evidence in this People's Tribunal today. Thank you very much.
2017 yılı 3. aydan 9. aygacha vatanimiz Sharq Turkiston Urumqi shahridagi Sanfango 5. kanit tog' ustiga qurilgan erlar kampusida majburiy Xitoy tili dars o'tishga evatildim.
I was sent to male camp in March 2017 until September 2017. The camp was called Sanfango, and it was located on the top of hill of the mountain.
Mana bu ekranda ko'rsatilgani Sanfango 5. kanitdagi erlar kampusi. Bu erlar kampusi tog' ustiga qurilgan bo'lib, atrofi egiz tomlar bilan qo'rshalgan, uning usti elektronlik simlar bilan o'ralgan, saqchi harbiylar qurolliq, intayin qattiq qamal qilingan bir joy edi. Xuddi bu yerdagi harbiy saqchilar urushga tayyor turgandek shunday holat edi.
This is the camp where I taught. That was number 5 camp that located on the top of the hill. And the place was surrounded by the high voltage cables and barbed wires. And the place will give you a impression that the soldiers and the police are ready to fight.
Bu yerde tutqun qilingan erlar kamerlar içi qarangu, ularning derzlari butunlay qalaylar bilan qo'yatlangan, ular quruq simotda yotadi. Har kuniga bir taldan Xitoy mo'misi va quruq sho'girsi ichadi bular.
People in the camp, these males, they were locked in the cell where there is no beddings. They slept on the concrete floor. They were given one steam bun and a watery soup.
Bu yerdagi Xitoy saqchilar tutqunlarni odam qatorida ko'maydi. Ular hattoki atalmış sınıflarga kirib chiqish jarayonidami ishiklardan, temir ishiklardan xuddi itga o'xshash o'malatkizib chiqib kiratdi. Ularning itga o'xshash o'ltirilishini, azoblanishini, qiyin qistoqqa elinishini ko'rib shulardan huzurlanadi ham xush bo'ladi.
The police, the guards in the camp, they didn't treat the male prisoners as human beings. They were treated less than a dog. They couldn't walk out the door in a normal way. They have to crawl out and crawl in. They enjoyed watching them being humiliated, and their suffering was for them is their joy.
Her bir kamerada 40'dan 50'gacha tutqunlar yotadi. Hem bu yerda opchi bir tualet bo'lib, har kunligi 3 vaqt, har qitimda 1 minutdan tualetga kirish ham yuz qo'lni yuvish vaqti beriladi.
In every cell there were about 40 to 50 inmates, and there was only one toilet, and they were given 1 minute to use the toilet, and every day only 3 times.
Bu yerdagi tutqunlarni har doim dars vaqtlarida, tushlik orom vaqtlarida, kechlarda chaqirib echkitib so'roq qiladi. Chunki birinchi qavat so'roqxona yarasida bo'lg'achqa sinf intayin yaqin. Bular chiqibdi yarim soatgacha bularning intayin qiynalgandagi azob ovozlari butun binoga anglatdi, binoni zilzila keltirdi.
During the time when there was no lessons, they were taken out for questioning. The interrogation facility was in the basement and not far from the class. And half an hour after they were taken there, we could hear the screams, what is happening to them.
Bu kampdagi erlar choch soqollari butunlay tushirib etilgan, ustiga bir tutash erlarning ish kiyimlari kiygan, uning ustida seriq jilitgan ustida nomer besig'liq. Shu nomerdan bularning bu tutqunlarniki 7-8 mingdan ortiq ekanligini belgili bo'ldi. Bular har kuni har xil qiyin qistoqlarga, zo'rliqlarga, dafsanchiliklarga, osh-yalang'ochlarga bardashlik berib yashaydi. Bularning chiroyida qandidori yo'q, kuch mag'dur qatti yo'q edi.
The male prisoners, they wore the camp uniform and then a gray like pajamas, and then orange or yellow color vest, and the numbers was printed on the vest. And from the numbers, I would believe it was up to 8,000, up to 8,000 inmates were locked up in that facility, and they had to endure all the humiliation and sufferings.
Ben bu erler kampsida 3. ayının 1'den 8. ayının 28'gacha 6 ay turdim. Bu jarayonda bu kampdagi tutqunlar bir haqiqatan bu juyinib baxmidi, muncha kirib baxmidi, ularning butun kiyimlari, badallari pishlab ketgan edi.
I was there from March to the 28th of August. They never had an opportunity to have shower, and therefore they developed lice, and their clothes was full of lice in the end.
Thank you. You were then spent 2 days in your normal school and again assigned to another camp. Can you also briefly provide the tribunal with the details of the second camp, which was a female camp?
Bu yerdan chiqib siz 2 kun uyingizni tuğandan keyin yana bir lagerga o'qituvchilikqa evatilibsiz. Shu yana bir lagerni qisqacha so'zlab bergan bo'lsangiz.
Bo'ldi. Men 2017-yil 9 ayning 1dan boshlab shu vatanimiz Sharq Turkiston Urumchi shahri Tog'ungdagi qiz ayollar lagerda, ya'ni majburiy dars o'tishga evatildim. Mana bu Tog'ungga silingan 6 qavatlik bino, balkonsiz bino.
I was then in September sent to this camp called in Tog'ung. Here is the camp that you can see, the coastal camp. That's the female camp.
Bu qiz ayollar kampısımı binanın teşimi intayin qattiq qo'rshalgan, yana o'xshashla elektronlik simlar bilan o'ralgan, bino ichi, teshi, qo'ri hamma joyda soqchi harbiylar qurolliq intayin qamal qilingan 6 qavatli bino edi.
This was a 6-story building, and it was secured, layers of security outside and inside. It was also barbed wired and high voltage cable, and so from inside it's also very secure.
Bu joy qamal qilingan qiz ayollarmi 9,000dan ortiq, hatto 10,000ga yaqin 90% yuqori 18 yoshdan 40 yoshlar chamasidagi qizlar edi.
I believe there were over 9,000, perhaps 10,000 female inmates were interned in this facility.
18 yoshdan.
Okay. Over 90% of women were aged 18 to 40 years old.
Bu binoning har bir qavatiga birdan sinf o'rlashtirilgan. Har bir sinfga 300 dan o'quvchi patidi. Bularning har bir kamerda o'xshashlar 40 dan 50 kishi qiz ayollar yotadi.
So in this building, in each floor there was one classroom that could hold over 300 so-called students. And in the cells also over 40 were locked up in a cell.
40 kishi. To'g'ri, 40. Bu joydagi qiz ayollarning hammasining sochlari tushirib o'tilgan. Ularning chiroyida qandidar yo'q. Bular har hafta dushanba kunida tug'maslik ukol urildi, dori berildi. Bulardan har dushanba kuni qon elinadi.
Similarly, the females in this camp also in a very miserable situation. You can't see any blood flowing in their face, faint. And every Monday they were given a pill and the injections, and also extract blood. The pills and the injections is to stop them from having children.
Bu qiz ayollar turayotgan kamerlarning ichimi qorong'u, lekin bularning tuvaletlari qiz ayollar kamerning ichiga o'rlashtirilgan. Har kuni bular navbat bo'yicha ashuni to'kib, dijornalik qildi ekan.
There is no toilet facilities inside the cell, so there was a bucket. So they had to use that bucket, and then someone has to take that bucket out once a day.
Bu joydagi ishonchlik tunishimdan va saqchi kadrlardan bu joydagi qiz ayollarniki to'xtamasdan har kuni so'roq olib chiqadiganligi, so'roq jarayonida Xitoy saqchilarniki har xil shaklda dafsanchilik qilib, bosqinchilik qilib, hattoki o'pchi bosqinchilik qilishlarini angladim. Bosqinchilik qilishdan keyin yana Xitoy saqchilari qo'lidagi to'kaltaklar bilan shu qiz ayollarniki maqad yo'llariga, hatto jins yo'llariga tiqib, oshlarni xo'rlaydi va qiynaydiganligini anglab, men o'zimni bosolmay o'g'rab yig'lab ketgan edim.
During my time there, I heard from a close acquaintance, police acquaintance, that every time these women were taken for interrogation, they were not only tortured but also raped, sometimes gang raped. That, as if that was not enough, the police also used electric prods and insert that into their vagina to make them suffer. And when I heard this, I was so devastated and I couldn't bear it.
Ben bu işlerini hemen öz kulağım bile anladım. Anadaki bu kız ayollarınki sınıflarga atalmış kirip çıkış, hatta ki küçük orundukta oturup kopuştaki hareketlerden bularning qanchalik azoblanganligi, oltasi qopamaydi, qopsa o'ltiramaydi, hatto shundoq tasda mengishim juda qiynaladi. Ashlarning shu turqilaridan, shu ahvollardan, shu holatlardan bularning qanchalik qiynalganligini ko'rinib turadi.
I could see when they walked, when they came to the class, when they sit down, and when they stand up, they had difficulties to sit and stand up. And from the way they walked, I could see that they suffered and how what kind of ordeals that they have been through. I could see that from their appearance that they have been suffering.
Ben bu kız ayollar kampüsüne kelgen günüler bu yerde tug'maslik dorisi içip hukuk orilgan 18 yaşdan 20 yaşlar atrofidagi bir qizning odati to'xtamay 1,5 oygacha og'rib qansirab o'lib ketganligiga shohid bo'ldim.
I witnessed a young girl who was 18 to 20 years old, and due to the medication, not medication, the pill and the forced injection, she suffered bleeding for over a month, 1 month and a half. She didn't stop bleeding. In the end, she died because of that.
Ben öz gözüm ile görgen bu facialarni, bu zulümlarni, bu azaplarni öz kulukumda ağlayan bu dehşetliklerini bir gün unutup kalgınım yok. Çünkü benim bir ayol kişi, benim kızım var. Hiç kim bunda horluklar kalmasın.
The things that I have witnessed and I experienced, I cannot forget. Even for a day, I cannot forget. I am woman myself. I have daughter. I don't wish anyone to suffer like that.
Ben 2017 yılı 10. ayının ahırı bu kız ayollar kampüsündeki 6 aylık dersini davamlaştıramay özüm qattiq ağrıp gitip dokbalını setip davalışqa mecbur oldum. Şunun bilan bu kız ayollar kampüsündeki ders ötüşüm tamam oldu.
At the end of October, I became very ill. Due to that, because of the medical condition, I stopped teaching there.
Thank you very much. Would you please explain to the tribunal that when the students were brought to your classes, were their feet and hands chained or they were free to walk?
Siz şu sınıfga kirgan vaqtda bu kelgan o'quvchilar erkin mаңатdimi yoki ularning qo'llarida putlarida kishan qo'llarida nimalar?
Ben abay deganga o'xshash, men bu atalmış sınıf kirgan vaqtimda u yerdagi tutqunlar qo'llarida zanjir kishan tutqunida ular o'zi hattoki kamerdan chiqib kirgichimi temir eshiklar zanjirlar bilan 30 gradus ochilgan bo'lg'achqa bular xuddi ishtiqqa o'xshash o'milab chiqib o'milab kiratdi. Andiki atalmış sınıfda bular kichik o'rindiqlarda zo'ngzib o'tirdi, intayin qiynalib, intayin azobliq yashaydi.
They were chained, shackled. When they came, even when they left their cell, and the door was only partly opened and with a chain on. Therefore, they have to crawl out and crawl in. They didn't walk like a normal human being. And even in the class, they had to sit on a small stool.
Were they called by their names or by numbers?
Pardon?
Were the students called by their names in the classes or by numbers?
Bularni normal chaqirgan vaqtida ularning ismi orqali chaqiratdinglarmi yoki nomeri orqali chaqiratdinglarmi?
Biz ularning ismini men bilmaymiz. Ism atashma ma'ni qilindi. Ularning faqat jilkisining ustiga qo'yilgan nomerlar va besilgan nomerlar shu nomer orqali chaqiriladi, nomer orqali biladi ularni.
It was all by numbers. I didn't know the names of any of them. We called by the numbers that was printed on their jacket.
Finally, Ms. Siddiq, could you briefly explain to the tribunal when a relative was introduced to you by the party?
I beg your pardon.
In 2017, the Chinese government introduced a relative to come and live with Ms. Siddiq and her family. Can she briefly talk about that?
Sizningki şu 2017 yılı tuqqan buluş degan bir Xitoy kadrninki uyingizda tug'anligi to'g'risida qisqacha shuni bir tushuntirib bergan bo'lsangiz.
Buldu. Men yana 2017 yıldan buyon Xitoy hukumatiniki har bir oilaga majburiy o'rlashtirilgan qo'shmaq tuqqan Xitoy kadrlarini kutishga majbur bo'ldim. Bu Xitoy kadri her ayda bir hafta uyimizda qonatdi.
So in 2017, under the becoming family policies, male cadres were forced to live with the Uyghur families was forced to house male cadres, and I was also one of them. And the male cadre who lived in my house, at least he would live 1 week a month.
Bu qo'shmoq tuqqan Xitoy kadrning qo'lida Xitoy hukumati tushirib bergan hujjatlar bor edi. Ya'ni buningda 5 ta birga bo'lish degan hujjat, bu Xitoy kadri shu hujjatdan foydalanib har xil po'xurliqlarni, dafsanchiliklarni qiladi.
This male cadre had a document that was given to him, which says 5 together policy. And because of that 5 together, he had a freedom and abused that freedom, tried to do all sorts of terrible things in my house.
Bu 5'te birga bo'lish hujjati birga tomoq yetish, birga tomoq yeyish, birga uyg'unish qilish, birga sayl qilish, birga yetish.
So this 5 together is cook together, eat together, and go out together, and sleep together. Study together. 5 together.
Bu Xitoy kadri mushu 5 xil birga bo'lishdan foydalanib, sobiq yo'ldashim bor yerdimi? Menga har xil po'xurlarni qildi. Men bu dafsanchiliklarni, bu po'xurlarni qat'iy unuta olmayman.
Because of this 5 together policy, even in front of my ex-husband, my husband, he harassed me, sexually harassed me, and I cannot forget that experience.
Yani masalan, biz tomoq yetish jarayonida bu Xitoy doim qishimga chiqib oladi. Chunki birga tomoq yetishni uyg'unish deb bor bizda deb. Bo'ldi sen qarab uyg'onsang bo'ldi deyman. Lekin bu Xitoy sen majbur mening qo'limda tutib turib menga uyg'otishing kerak deb, mening qo'limda tutib turib uyg'onishim majburlaydi. Tomoq pishib bo'lgandan keyin birga o'tirib yegan vaqtimizdami, bu qasdanga bak issiqga uying, men bak issiq ketdim deb, o'zining kiyimlarini butunlay savitib, faqat qaltishtalari bilan o'sha o'tirib birga tomoq yetdi.
And because the cooking together policy, he would come to the kitchen and say, well, I need to learn cooking from you. And he forced me to teach him holding and his hand. Also, when we were during the eating time, he would complain it's too hot. The room is too hot. He would take off all his clothes, just leaving a short, and would sit with us and eat like that.
Hattoki tomoqlaring bek o'xshabdi, sen bek go'zal xonim, men sendan bek xush bo'ldim, seni quchoqlab olsam bo'lamdi, suyib olsam bo'lamdi deb, sobiq yo'ldashim bor yerdimi, meni u yerda quchoqlab oladi, hattoki meni necha qatim suyib oldi. Men bu dafsanchiliklardan faqat bardashib beramadim, lekin yana shu kulib turishga majbur bo'lib o'tdim.
He often said that you are a beautiful woman and your food is so tasty. And by saying that, he would come and hug me and kiss me. And I had to smile at him, even though I was so upset inside, but I had to present myself as that he is welcoming. And I can never forget those experiences.
Thank you, Ms. Sethi. The tribunal members may now have questions for you.
Good morning. When you were selected to teach in the camp after the thorough evaluation exercise that had been conducted, why do you think they selected you?
And tanlash nemiz bilan eng oxirda sizni tanlabdi, o'sha o'qituvchilik qilishga sizni tanlabdi. Sizning nazaringizda nima sababdan, nima uchun sizni tanlab qoldi?
Men oldi bilan Xitoy tilida o'qigan, bu maktabda 28 yil Xitoy tili darsi o'tdim.
I studied in Mandarin and I taught in that school for 28 years.
Ben bu mektepte birden-bir Özbek milletim 2016 yılında başlap bu Xitaylar bizden mektebimizde okutquchilarni her xil şekilde uçuk ders ötüşke, her xil şekilde Xitay tili imtihan berishga o'rlashtirildi. Eng oxirida buni xulosalab natijalab imtihon numeri natijasi eng yuqori bo'lganini baholab shu yerga ivetdi.
So I was the only Uzbek ethnic in that school, and since 2016 there was an open class assessment process, and they selected the one who had the highest score.
Okay. You were told you were going to teach Mandarin to illiterates. When you arrived at the camp, were the men illiterate, and did some of them or many of them speak Chinese already?
Sizge savadsızlığa ders ötsen dep yollaptı. Siz uyega bargandan keyin erlerinki savadsızlığını gördünüzmü? Yoki ol uyadagi erler Xitaycha biladimi? So'zlaganlarini angladingizmi?
To'g'ri siz aytgandek, bizga yig'in ochganda, bizga uqtaganda, sizlarga biz bir turkum savadsizlarni yig'ib berdik. Shularga davlat tilida dars o'tsa deb ivatgan. Amaliyotda men borgan u atalmish savadsizlarga tarbiyalash markazida u yerdagi o'xshamaydi bular yig'in aytgan o'xshash. Chunki bu yer intayin qattiq qamal qilingan bir turma, bir lager, bir kamp edi. Bu yerdagi kishilar dastlab tutib kelinganlar diniy zotlar ulamolar bo'lg'achqa bular haqiqatan Xitoy tilini bilmaydi.
Well, as you have just mentioned, Your Honor, I was told that I will be teaching Mandarin to these illiterate people. But when I arrived there, the place wasn't like an ordinary school. It was a secured camp, and the people, majority of the men there were religious clerics, religious scholars.
Lekin 3-nji ayning 20-sidan 4-nji ayning 10-igacha tutib kelingan ko'p sondagi shu tutqunlarning hammasi 18 yoshdan 40 yoshgacha, ya'ni bular hammasi intayin oliy bilim yurtlarida bilim oshirgan oliy ma'lumotli, chet ellarda, Amerikada, Yevropa davlatlarida o'qib, qaytib kelib vatanga o'zining tuqqanlari bilan ko'rishib ulgurolmay bu kampga tutib kelingan oliy ma'lumotli ziyolilar edi.
Qancha yoshda?
18 yoshdan 40 yoshgacha.
So later, the new arrivals were later. They mainly was aged 18 to 40 years old. Many of them actually studied abroad. They already were very well educated, young Uyghurs.
So you taught for 6 to 7 hours a day in that camp to different groups each hour. What were you teaching them in that time?
Siz her günü şu 6 saatten 7 saat Uyghurchilik ders ötüpsiz. Bu dersler nimini öğütettiniz bu yerde?
Biz dastlabda bu 6 saatin 7 saat hattoki shahardan tekshiruvchilar keldi deganda 8 saat davomida bu darsimiz. Chunki ularga takror qilib pishqilishimiz kerak. Dastlabda Xitoy tili darsiniki asosiy bilimlarini o'rgatdik. Keyinida Xitoylarning o'zining atib olgan qizil naqshini o'rgatdik.
So yes, in the beginning, some days, most of the days, I taught 6 to 7 hours. There were days that when there are officials would come and the inspectors, when they came, I had to teach 8 hours. And the teaching was, in the beginning, basic Mandarin, and later I had to teach red songs.
Could you tell us a bit more about what red songs are?
Qızıl naqşı deganni biraz tushuntirib beramiz.
Bo'ldi. Ya'ni Xitoylarning o'zlariniki davlat she'ri, davlat naqshi bor. Anaki qizil naqshi deganimiz, ya'ni shu Xitoy kompartiyasi bo'lmagan bo'lsa, bizning bugünkidek baxtli turmushimiz bo'lmaydi. Qatorliq mazmunlardagi ashlarning o'zi bekitib olgan, o'zlari bizga tushirib bergan ashunday naqshlar.
the red songs is like a national anthem, and also the songs that is praise China, the Communist Party, such as if there is no Communist Party, we don't have a happy life. Most of the songs are in that kind of content.
You were there as a teacher, so I imagine had limited contact with the men outside the class. You've given us evidence of torture and other ill treatment. What were your sources for that evidence beyond what you were able to see yourself?
Endi siz o'qituvchi bo'lgandan keyin siz ular bilan o'shadagi erlar bilan bevosita aralash fursatingiz yo'q. Ammo siz ularningki intayin qiyin qistoqqa ilinganligi, xo'rlanganligi to'g'risida bizga so'zladingiz. Siz bizga tushuntirib bergan boshqa yana qandaq bir faktlaringiz bor, misolga mushularningki xo'rlanganligi degan o'zingizningki deganiniz bo'yicha.
Buldu. Bu joydagi tutqun qilingan erlar men yuqorida aytgandek haqiqatan har jihatdan qiyin qistoqlarga uchraydi, xo'rinlatdi. Andan keyin men odatda normalda dars o'tib, darsdan tushib qaytadigan vaqtida bu joydagi ular biz bilan normal paranglashib qattiq bo'lmaydi. Lekin shular o'zining jinidan joq to'ygan bo'lg'achqa bir ikki qatim yuz berdi bu voqea. Bir qatim darsdan qaytib chiqib olsam, o'tirdagi bir diniy zot kichika uning gapini shunday his qildim. U dediki, mening uyim Simot zavod mechitning ichida. Mening 5 bolam bor, kichik emisi. Men sizni o'tinib qolay ma'lum. Ashlar xabar qilib qo'ysangiz, mening mishadligimni bilib qolsin deb menga yolvurdi. Biz keynimiz qarab ularga gapirishga, qarashga qat'iy bo'lmaydi. Shuning uchun men uni anglamagan sabab ketdim.
As I said that in the male camp, these men were always often tortured, and they were not allowed to have any communication with us. But few times they took the risk, and the one man told me that, teacher, I live in the cement factory. My house is near the cement factory. Can you please tell them that I am here? Because the family members didn't even know how they were, where they were taken. However, the next day, that man disappeared.
Yana bir necha kundan keyin bu joydagi Xitoy tili o'rganishga oid aktiv bir kishi bordi. Bu kishimi darsdan tushib qaytayotgan vaqtimda yana menga dedi, "Ma'lum mening uyim Tangirtog rayonidagi Dava yo'lida Toshkent restoraniniki beqinda bir dukunimiz var. Mening ayolim yangidan oz qolgan. Mening ayolim mening mishadligim xabardor bo'lib qolsin." Dedi, men unga javob berishga ilojisiz qaramay chiqib qoldim.
There was another young man who was very active in the class, and so on my way out of the class, and he approached me and said, "Teacher, I live in the Tangratag Divan Street, near the Tashkent restaurant. My wife was about to give birth, so can you please let her know that I am here?" And I couldn't say anything. I just walked out because I was not allowed to speak to them.
Bu joydagi so'roq chaqirib chiqilgan erlar haftalab, hattoki oylab darsga qatnashamaydi. Bular o'zining kameralarida qiyin qistoqlarning eg'irligidan bular menga bo'lg'achqa kameralarda davolanadi. Nurg'unlari eg'ir qiyin qistoqlardan, azoblardan boshqa kamplarga yo'tkab ketildi deb anglaydik. Amaliyotda bu yerdagi nurg'un kishilarning yana eg'ir diabet kasali, yoshirin yurak kasali bor ekan, qon besimi bor ekan degan bana sabablar bilan nurg'un kishilar bu joyda o'lib ketdi.
After men taken for interrogation, many of them couldn't attend the class for months because of the injuries. And there were men who disappeared, but we were told that because they had a diabetic, suffered from diabetic or heart condition and died as a result.
Xitoy hukumati nurg'unlagan videolarni ishlatib, kampadagilar tarbiyalanishdan tutirib chiqdi, biz ularni qo'yib degan bo'ldi. Amaliyotda sirti qo'yib etilganlar qiyin qistoq jarayonda put qo'llari yaralangan, ham sesib, kesib etilgan ashundaq kishilar. Chunki ko'chalarda jamiyatda nurg'un majruhlar ko'payib ketdi. Hatto so'zlash bundaq nemisdan mas'ul ko'rilgan, nima deymiz odatda, ro'yi jihatdan bisim uchirgan bundaq kishilar ko'chalarda jamiyatda ko'plab ketdi.
The Chinese government made many videos saying that they have released all these people in re-education, in so-called re-education. But we know these people, the ones who were released, they had many became disabled, and many had have mental disability, mental health problems.
In your interactions with the staff in both camps, particularly ones with more authority, what did they say the purpose of the camps was, and how did they describe the women and the men? What sort of terms did they use to describe them?
Siz müşullardaki əməldarlar bilan paranlaşqa vaqtlardan ularning eg'izdan shu lagerdagi qamalgan kishilarni ular qanday atatdi, ularni nima deb atatdi?
Men shu joydagi saqchi amaldorlar bilan, gundupay boshliqlari bilan qo'roda paranglashdim, chunki qo'roda kuzish apparatlari yo'q bo'lg'achqa ular faqat ularni tutqunlar deb ataydi, tutqunlar deb ataydi. Andan keyin men shulardan nurg'un ma'lumotlarga, bularning masalan qanday qiynash usullari bor, bularni qanday so'roq harakatlari bor, usullari bor ashlarni biladim. Bulardan ko'p ma'lumotlarni, ko'p xabarlarni ashlarni olgan.
The guards and the police in that camp often called those people just as tutqunlar, detainees. So from their own expression, or from their own words, that I learned a lot about how they tortured them and the methods of torture.
Bu joyga saqchi şoförlar bizni o'zining boshida opirdi, akildi, tushidi. Bu tush jarayonida shu saqchi şoför saqchi Xitoyga o'zini tangbiran saqchi Xitoyga söhbət jarayonini menga anlatdi. Ya'ni har doim bu joyga qamalgan tutqunlar jamiyat uchun bir ofat. Hukumat bularni mushu kamp lagerlarda ujuqtirib tugutish kerak. Chunki bular jamiyatga qo'yib etilsa, bular bir ofat degan gaplarni takror aytdi.
Also, from my home to the camp, I was transported in a police car, and there were times that there's official sat in the car, and the conversation between the driver and the official, and the driver specifically often called these people in the camp, they are the disasters, they would bring disasters to the country, therefore they should be exterminated.
Mrs. Siddiq, in 2017 and 2018, I think you underwent 3 processes related to birth control. Could you tell us what those were?
2017 to...
And 18.
Yeah.
Yes.
2017-2018 jarayonida bir qancha qatim siz shu tug'utish uchun majburiy tug'utish beshingizga keldi. Shuni bir tushuntirib berasiz.
Bo'ldi. 2017-yili bizniki aholilar komiteti topimizda mana bu uqtirishga o'xshash bizga maxsus uqtirish kerakdi. Dastlabda 2017-18-yillarda bu uqtirish 18 yoshdan 50 yoshgacha qiz ayollar Tangirtog' rayonidagi mana bu Changlayan o'ltiroq rayoni
asta-asta tamam. So we often received a notice like this from the neighborhood committee, and that is the place where we lived. It just showed in that a photo there. So asla desondan tercih kısım.
Bu şekilde oldu.
Faqatlam aşı müşün nimlarni alatdık dediniz.
Muşlarni alatdık. Bular bu uqtirishlarda ko'rsatgandek biz cho'qim shu joyga berib, uzuk soldirish, tug'maslik operatsiyasi qildirishimiz kerak.
So the notice is about that we must go to that designated place to have IUD inserted or sterilization process.
Uqtirishda aytgandek, biz agar ularning xizmatiga moslashmasak, butun tuqqanlarimizni, hatto yo'lishimizni doğru tikkan bo'ldi ekanmiz, ham o'zimizning bexatarligimiz yaxshi bo'lmaydi ekan.
And the threat was if we didn't follow this instruction, then either our family members, including our husband, would have the consequences, also personal consequences as well.
Ham bu uqtirish aniq degandek, agar yana moslashmasangiz, saqchixonaga berib, tumir o'rindiqda o'tirsiz deb uqtirish qilgan.
It said if you didn't comply with the request, you will end up sitting on the metal chair in the police station.
2019-yili 5-oyning oxiri mana bu Urumchi shahar Tangirtog rayoni Changlaoyandagi bu ambulatoriyada men bunday yuzigan qizlarga o'xshash 4 soatlab uchrab turib, bu yerda operatsiya, tug'maslik operatsiyasi qilindim.
In May 2019, along with many hundreds of other female waiting in a queue for 4 hours, and I was also put through sterilization process. That was the hospital where I had that sterilizing process. İsmi neydi? Kaydın dersiniz.
Changlaoyandagi
is a region in Changlaoyan.
Ambulatory.
How many children do you have, Mrs. Sadiq? And what was the law? How many did the law allow you to have at the time you were sterilized?
Sadiq Hanım, sizinki qancha balangız var? Qonun bo'yicha qancha balangız bo'lsa qonunliq bo'ldi?
Mening faqat bir qizim bor. Bu qizim Gollandiyada o'qiydi. 2011-yili 5-oyda Gollandiyaga o'tiraqlashgan. Odatda Xitoyda Uyg'urlarga, ya'ni Uyg'urlarga ikki farzandlik deb bor.
I only have a daughter who went to Netherlands in May 2011, and since she has been living there. By law for Uyghur people, we can have 2 children.
Biz yangi xizmat qatnashgan bo'lg'achqa xizmat besimimiz qattiq yuqori. Men shu bir farzandlik bo'lgan. Andan keyin bu Xitoy hukumatı bizga maxsus planliq tug'utdagi sharaf guvohnomasi bergan. Lekin bu operatsiya qilingan vaqtimizda u guvohnomani e'tirof qilmadi o'zi.
Due to high pressure from my work, I only had 1 child. And I even received a certificate for having 1 child. But later they didn't even consider that certificate.
My final question, you were given a visa and were able to leave. Why do you think you were allowed to leave?
And sizga viza beribdi, Xitoydan chiqib ketishga ma'qul bo'libdi. Shu nima uchun sizga Xitoydan chiqishga ruxsat qildi sizcha?
Men oldi bilan yana abay degandek o'zbek millati vatan qaytgan muhojir bo'lg'achqa 2019-yili 1-oyda qizim men va sobiq yo'ldoshimga tuqqan yo'qlar chaqiriq qog'ozi evatgan 2019 1-oyda. Biz bu chaqiriqni tarjima qildirib.
So, as I mentioned earlier, I'm an Uzbek ethnic, and In January 2019, my daughter sent us an invitation to visit her in Holland.
Bu biz chaqiriq qog'ozini tarjima qildirib, shu joydagi Xitoy soqchilarini qishiga kirdik. Kirgan vaqtimizda Xitoy soqchilar mening kartlarimni ko'rib, sen o'zbek millati ekansan, vatan qaytgan muhojirkan, sen chet elga chiqishingni o'ylasak bo'ldi dedi. Lekin sobiq yo'ldoshimni sen Uyg'ur ekansan, chet elga chiqishni xam xiyol keltirma deb uni qaytarib etdi.
So after had the letter, the invitation letter translated in Chinese, and we went to the office where they process the in charge of the people who go abroad. And they checked both my husband's and my documents. And I was told that it is possible that I can go because I am Uzbek ethnic. And then they said openly to my husband that you are Uyghur, so do not even dream to leave the country.
Thank you for your evidence to this tribunal, Mrs. Siddiq.
Does Mr. Clark or Professor Kaur have a short question? There may just be time if you do. Microphone.
When you went to get sterilized, would you say that was forcibly sterilization? Would that be the description?
Bu mecbur qılındımı yoki siz eng oxirida o'zingiz ma'qul bo'lganlikdan bo'lganmi qanday hisoblaysiz?
Bu tug'maslik operatsiyasi majbur qilindi. Chunki men bu ko'rsatganga o'xshash, bular uqtirishlarni evatidi. Uqtirishga qarasangizmi, uningda siz uning ixtiyor tanlash huquqingiz faqat yo'q. Shundoq bo'lsa-mu, men yana o'zimning Xitoy hukumati bergan sharaf guvohnomasi pilotigidagi shu kartamni elib, Özbek milleti vatan qaytgan muhojir degan kinishkilarimni elib, shu aholi komitetidagi kadr qizning qishiga kirib, ashunga yo'l urgan bo'ldim. Chunki mening birli qizim bor, men ikkinchi tug'mayman, sizning qanday jadvallaringizga qo'l qo'yishga men rozi deb. Lekin bu faqatli kar qilmadi.
It's forced sterilization. As I mentioned earlier in the notice, they don't give you the choice. They said very clearly the consequences if we didn't comply. I took my documents, including the proof of that I am Uzbek, returned from the Uzbekistan to the country, and I begged the girl that I have the certificate and I am Uzbek, but they said there is no, negotiable. It is not negotiable. I must go through the process.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Yes, thank you. Could I just ask, the camps that you were teaching in before this...
Microphone, I think.
Sorry. The camps that you were teaching in could broadly be described as education camps. Did any of your students who reached particular levels of being able to speak Mandarin and meet the other requirements ever be released from the camp?
Endi başqa yerlərdən anlaganda bu sizinki dərs ötən bu lager tərbiyələş lager. Endi sizin oxucularınızın içində bir dərəcəyə, yəni dərsdən bir dərəcəyə erişib şu yerdən qoyub etilganlar oldu.
Yo'q, undaqlar bo'lib baxmadi. Chunki bu gerçi atalmış tərbiyələş o'rni bo'lgan bilan hech qanday o'quvchi bu yerda darajaga erishib baxmadi, ham qo'yib etilmadi. Biz bu 6 oy jarayonida bir qatim o'quvchilarni sinab imtihon qilib baxmadik.
No, not at all. Although it is called education, but we never had even assessed these so-called students. And I was there for 6 months, and we never had one exam to assess. So there wasn't anyone released from that facility.
Mr. Zamin Bora, I address you. Some witnesses have given accounts before, as I indicated in my opening remarks. I think that Kelvin Siddiq is one. And if so, has the PRC said anything adverse to her of which we are aware?
Not of which we are aware, no.
Thank you.
Apart from calling her actor, like the other witnesses, nothing.
Well, that's not specific. Thank you, Mr. Sabi. And thank Quelbina Siddiq for giving evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Dir. Your evidence is now complete. Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Mr. Omar Bekali.
Ko'p rahmat sizlarga.
Thank you very much, but I would like to add a few things.
Chunki guvohlik berish jarayonida izchil turda biz Xitoy hukumatining, Xitoy saqchilarining mushundaq har xil vijotlarda taktiklariga, bisimlarga uchrab keldik. Toki tunogin tushdan keyin qadar Xitoy saqchilari meniki boshlang'ich maktabdagi sekretar boshliqimizni va sobiq yo'ldoshimni videoda so'zlatib, mening bugungi mush Angliya sudida so'zlaydigan so'zlarimning hammasining yolg'onligini, meni azaldan kamp lagerlarda dars o'tib baqmaganim, ham bizning u joyda Sharqiy Turkiston vatanimizda kamp lager ta'sis qilinib baqmagan, bu hammasi yolg'on. Hatto yo'ldoshimni so'zlatib, sobiq yo'ldoshimni mening ayolim tug'maslik operatsiyasi qildirib baqmagan, u yana tug'alaydi degan takliflar keldi.
Since I have been giving evidence, I was harassed, and that is a photograph of the policeman from the local police where I lived. Apart from that, even yesterday they released a video. In that video, my husband and the secretary of the school gave evidence claiming that I have never taught in any camp, and I have never had a sterilization process. I've never been through that.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We must now bring your evidence to a close, but if you have further information to give, please convey it to counsel outside and afterwards. Thank you.
Qo'shimcha yana beradigan materiallar bo'lsa, bizga berib chiqqandan keyin bizga ba'zimiz bo'ldi.
Thank you.
Hammalarga ko'pdan ko'p rahmat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're free to leave the room or to stay, of course. Mr. Sabi, did you say the next witness was Bekali?
The next witness is Mr. Omar Bekali.
Yes.
His statement is at page 25 of the pamphlet. And Mr. Abraham would be handling this witness.
And is he here in person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There should be someone to take. Could you? Thank you very much. It may be, Mr. Sabi, that we need one usher to take in and one usher to take out, rather than just one.
For me to proceed?
There's just a concern that there's a smell of burning, but I'm not sure whether there is or not. Okay, there's a smell of burning, but I'm not sure whether there's anything significant, so we'll just check before we start. I think that's a gentleman from the hall behind. Oh, he's gone out. Does anybody else notice the smell?
Yes.
Right. Stay where you are. There's no reason for alarm, but I think we might as well see if there's any known reason for it. Is there any known reason for the smell of burning that people are noticing? Is there any known reason for the smell of burning that some people are noticing? Safe to continue? Thank you. Mr. Sabi.
Mr. Abrams.
The witness is a male Chinese national of Kazakh and Uyghur ethnicity. He was detained in 3 camps over a period of 9 months exclusively with other Uyghurs on allegations related to terrorism. In the camps, he suffered ill treatment at the hands of law enforcement officials, including being beaten with various weapons, having his fingertips pierced with needles, and being hanged from the ceiling. The witness in all 3 camps was subject to extensive body examinations where samples of blood and urine were taken, his organs were examined, his irises assessed, and fingerprints and voice recordings made. Blood was taken from all prisoners each month. In one camp, the prisoners were forced to take unknown medicines. In another camp, the witness was held in extremely poor conditions with up to 35 men in a cell, living on a subsistence diet where the witness lost half his body weight. Young men between 16 and 40 with whom the witness was held frequently disappeared from their cells. All the men were forced to re-educate in line with CCP policies. The witness knows of 2 named individuals who died in the camp as a result of torture, and he heard that many died from what the witness has described as being placed in a water prison. As a result of the witness going public about his treatment in Kazakhstan, his brother, sister, and mother, as well as his father, were detained. The witness states that his brother was rendered disabled as a result of treatment during detention, and his father was tortured to death. His mother and sister are said to have suffered. Mr. Bekali, I have a few questions, if I may. Your witness statement refers to 7 to 10 men disappearing out of a cell of about 40 men per week. Can you provide further details on these disappearances?
Ömer efendim, siz şu bayanatınızda her ayda 7'ye yakın er kişininki yo'qolib ketganligi, 7 er kişininki yo'qolib ketganligi to'g'risida deyapsiz. Ammo shu to'g'riliq biroz tushuncha bera olamsiz?
Ma'qul, xonimlar apandilar. Men bugun bu yerda sotda berayotgan guvohlikni hammasiniki chinligiga guvohlik beraman.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I can promise and I can swear that I will speak the truth, but the truth.
Bu yerda men 3 kampda yatdim. Har bir kamerda 45 kishi 35 dan 45 kishi insonlar birga yetishga majbur bo'ldik.
I was in 3 different camps. In each camp, in a cell, up to 35 to 40 cellmates had to share one cell.
Har haftada eng navqiron bolalar 16 yoshdan 40 yoshga bo'lgan insonlar almış tikitib turadi, qayta kelmaydi ular. Yangi insonlar kelib turadi.
The male aged from 16 to 40, every week some were taken out from the cell and never returned. Then they replaced by newcomers.
The witness has stated that the men disappeared under a pretext. Was there any pattern as to who disappeared and who remained in their cells?
Siz şu jarayonda yosh bolalarninki, ya'ni erlarninki yo'qolib ketganligini deyapsiz. Shuningdan bu yo'qolib ketganlarninki qandaq bir alohidligi bordi yoki nima uchun yo'qolib ketganlik to'g'risida biroz tushuncha bersangiz.
Ma'qul. Menmi nihoyat bir sog'lom bir inson edim. Ya'ni 125 kilogram keladigan salmoqli bir kishi edim. U yerga kirgandan keyin bizni shu sizlar ko'rgandek zanjirlarda bog'lanib, eng ezib qilgan holatdami ba'zi insonlarniki immunity, sog'lom turish nimasi yaxshilar. Shunday insonlarimiz, ya'ni 16 yoshga 40 insonlar har vaqt g'oyib bo'lishi bu normal ahvolda uning ichida.
I was a healthy man, very strong, 115 kilo when I was arrested. And the male who detained in those facilities, especially those between age 16 to 40, they were very healthy.
Ularniki sağlamlıqı və nəməsi, ədətlik nəməsi bizə qaraganda normal. Həm yaxşı da turuş nəməsi, taqab turuş nəməsi. Aşdan insanlarımız yoxab gedir olmaq.
So those who were especially healthy and strong, those were the ones disappeared.
Did any of those who disappeared, were they returned to their cells, or was that the last the witness had heard of them?
Endi mushu yo'qab ketdi deganlar keyin qaytib kelganlari bo'ldimi yoki shu oxirgi ko'rganingiz shu bo'ldimi?
Yo'q, birisini qaytib kelganini men bilmayman.
No, I don't remember seeing anyone returned.
You've referred to detainees being placed in a water prison. Can you describe what that was?
Siz bayonotіңizdə su türmüsünü sözləbsiz. Şunu bir düşündürüb berəmsiz. Su türmüsü degan nima o? Qandaq?
O yerdə biz o yerdə ularga bo'lgan qarışlıqlarımız, boysunmaçlıqlarımız 5 yil jazoga uchraymiz. Bu su türmüsü degan narsam men shaxsan o'zim uni o'chirmadim, ammo o'chirgan bolalar bizga so'zlab berdi. İnsanlarni o yerda su türmüsüga bo'ynin kekcha suvga chilab bir sotka esib qo'yiladi.
So we endure 5 different types of torture. The water prison, though I have not experienced personally, but according to the people who experienced the prison, the person will be sunk inside water up to the neck and hang from the ceiling. Mm-hmm.
And can you tell us who was sent there and how many of the detainees were sent there?
Sizin bilişinizce kimlerin şu yerge yolladı, kancı tutkullar şu yerge yollandı? Özünüz bilişinizce.
Su türmüsü mi? Su türmüsü yollanan baladan ben ikisini bilemem. Birisi Cüretcan degan bir enimiz, 26 yaş etrafında. Birisi Ahmetcan degan bir enimiz. 23 yaş, o eniq isimli de Ahmetcan degan enimiz.
I remember 2 names. They were both young. Named Juret, who was 26, and Ahmet, who was 23.
You've stated you gave blood once a month and note that it lasted 15 to 20 minutes. Can you confirm whether the procedure lasted 15 to 20 minutes or blood was drawn for that period?
Siz her ayda bizim kanalda bu ceryan 15 minutdan 20 minutçilik boldu depsiz. Bu ceryan demekçi boğunuz şu kan iliş baştan ahırkı ceryanı mı? Kaysı ceryan bu? Şunu biraz düşündürüp.
Bu bizde her ayda başkalarının hemmisini müştak tızlıdır deyip bizniki işitmede kiçinin ben aşağıda konu çıkarımız. Tahminen bizim perzimiz bu. Saat karab bizim saat mi yok yani. Mölçerde aslında 10 minut etrafında elip verildi. Belki bizim karşılık kanı var. Her bir insan aslında.
Okay. Well, the time that I mentioned is a kind of approximate time. I didn't have a watch to check the time. But when they came to draw blood, we just have to stretch our arm through the small hole on the door. Perhaps we mentioned the foot slot, and that's where they take blood. Sometimes it could be 10 or 15 minutes.
Your statement refers to doctors, teachers, and lawyers as being starting to be detained. In terms of profession, do you know what proportion of detainees were professionals?
Bir yerde siz bayanatınızda siz bir yerde doktorlar, okutkucular, ziyaliler tutuluşku başlandı siz. Sizin bilişinizce kaysi kesipçilerge en köp tutuldunuz?
Şahsen ben etrafımda yatkan insanlarını bilişimde aniq esimda bor, Qarmay shahri bir neft shahri, u yerda qonun organi ishlagan Atavullah degan advokat apandim bor. Ikkinchi maktabida o'qituvchilar Tahir muallim degan kishilar bor. Uning ichida hatto savdogarlar bor, cho'ng shirkat ochgan tijoratchilar, restoran ochgan tijoratchilar, har soha insonlarini o'z ko'zim bilan ko'rdim, ham ularni birga yaptim.
Atavullah yana birisini ismini bilamiz.
Tahir muallim.
Tahir. Well, the cell where I shared with other people, mostly quite well educated. For example, Atavullah, who was a lawyer, and Tahir, who was a teacher, and many very successful businessmen who had a very successful business. They were also detained there.
I'd like to ask you about the medication you referred to in your statement. Did you have any side effects or reactions from being given unidentified medication?
Sizce naməlum doğru okullarını, sağlıqını, doğru bəgəllikini sözləbsiz. Sizge bir qarşı bir təsir oldu mu bu doğrularının ki, sizge işlətgəndən ki? Şunu bir təsvirlə verin.
Bo'ladi. Bu yerda bizga har vaqt dori beradi, bundan boshqa tamoqlarni zaharlanishlar bo'lib turadi. Onun içinde şahsen özüm bir qatam aylanıp ketken. Başkalarının deyişide manga müşündaq bir barmaq qo'lning cho'ng'ida tabletga berib, men o'shimga keptimi.
Yes, apart from the pills and the injections, it is common that people suffer from food poisoning. I've also suffered food poisoning. I was completely collapsed, and then later I was told after they gave me a medicine, I regained my consciousness. Sizge qandaq başqacha ta'sirlar bo'ldi deydi shu o'qol dorilarning.
Anani yana kechiring. Uning ichida bizni jimg'ur qilib o'tadi. Hech qanday so'zlashni xohlamaydigan shu nimsak bo'ldi. Bir xil inson bir xil robot adam o'xshashlar bir qolsa uning ichida. Na so'zingiz kelmaydigan, o'zingiz shu bishingiz qaydigan o'tirib tilim tasavvur qilishga o'zim tilim ojizlik qiladi.
It is difficult to express the feelings with words. You become so kind of inward person. You're reluctant to even to talk or show any interest in anything, and you become so tired and couldn't, like sometimes when you stand up, you feel as if you're going to collapse. So it's extremely difficult for me to even tell you how you feel after those pills and injections.
And my final question, Mr. Bakali, you've indicated in your statement you suffered many forms of ill treatment, and my understanding is you've brought something in today. Perhaps you can explain that for the panel.
Siz bayanatınızda her xil zulüm, zoravallık, nimelerge uçurğanlığınız doğrusunda söz düşendiripsiz. Bugün siz muşu bir esvabını ip kepsiz, muşun bir düşendirip verəlemsiz.
Bo'ladi. Bo'ladi. Hamda sizlar ko'rayotgan bu zanjir amaliyotda men shuning ichida 7 oy 10 kun taqab yashagan narsa. Agar sudya efendimlar buni ruxsat qilsa, mana taqab amaliyotni ko'rsatib qo'ygan bor sizlarga.
The chain that I brought here is a chain that I was chained for 7 months, 10 days. And if you allow me, I would like to show you how I was chained. And I would like to demonstrate.
If it can be done quickly and without too much difficulty, that will probably be helpful, but not otherwise.
No, it won't take long.
while that's happening, Mr. Sabi, when are you hoping that we may take a coffee break, and how long will that be? We're running a little behind schedule. While this is being done, can you tell us when will we be taking a coffee break and for how long?
We'll reduce it for 10 minutes.
What time do we start the coffee break so that people know?
Once Mr. Bakari's statement.
Sorry?
Once this witness statement is over.
Okay, I need an indication. Right.
Hanımlar, efendiler, bu sizler koymaktan şu yetkililerin metrafı kilidi bu. Etrafı şartlarda zincirler. Şundan halatda 7 ay 10 gün aşağı bizim bu merak bağladım. Ben tutuksuz ekbil olmaydı.
I was chained like that. Actually, this is much stretchable, but it is even tighter. I couldn't stand up. And I was in that position for 7 months and 10 days.
Can the witness, there we are, and I was going
and
to
it's
ask...
about 7 kilogram.
Yes.
Yeah, the weight is about 7 kilogram.
And can the witness tell us how he was able to get these particular chains himself?
Bu zincirni qandaq tapa aldınız, qayerdan tapdınız?
Ben onun için ertay önden bu takılan derse, ben bunu Kazakistan'da takıp çıkışta hayatımı tetmişti çok bakıp, Türkiye'de vaxtada, Türkiye'de satıladım. Tümür zincirgen dünyanın nerede okşaş.
In order to demonstrate about what happened to me and others, I bought the chain in Turkey because you can buy this kind of chain everywhere, anywhere.
Thank you. Please go back to your seat.
Those are our questions.
I can't hear you, Mr. Abraham.
Those are our questions.
Before Mr. Clark starts, there's one thing. Has this witness been the subject of criticisms by, and if so, can you ask those questions now?
Yes, Sir Jeffrey. Essentially, media sources associated with the PRC have claimed that the witness has lied about being tortured in the re-education camp, that he has been involved in terrorist activities, and that his mother and his siblings are living normal lives in Xinjiang. Those are the 3 claims.
Thank you, Mr. Zamibor. Mr. Clark.
Good morning. Can I start by going back to the beginning of your statement? And you say that in 2006 you decided to leave Xinjiang and move to Kazakhstan, the nationality of your father. What were the circumstances? You talked about, I think, injustice and discrimination then. What were the circumstances in 2006 that caused you to leave?
Siz bayanatınızdan beşidi depsiz 2006 yılı Kazakistan'a çıkıp ketip eşeninki vatandaşlığını alışqa karar veripsiz ve bunun da vatandaki Uyghur kemsitişler doğrusunda sözlepsiz. Muşunu kısqaça bir düşündürüp bergen bolsunuz.
Burada. Ben 97-yılı İg'ilik Başqaruş Kaspi Üniversitesini bitirib Beijingda qaramaygı xizmatga o'rinlashdim. Lekin mening o'qigan kasbimga oid xizmat bo'lmasdan bir shopurlik xizmatiga erishdim.
Having graduated from a university in Beijing in 1997, I returned to Karmai, but was unable to obtain a job in the profession that I received. I became a driver.
Keyin bizniki bu yerda xizmatlardagi maosh taqsimoti, yaxshi xizmat o'rinlarida yuzingizga Uyg'ur va qozoqlarni kamsitib turib, yaxshi xizmat va yaxshi maosh taqsimotlar hech qachon berilmaydi.
Even including the salaries that we received, especially for Uyghurs and the Kazakh people, due to the discrimination, systematic discrimination, we received very unfair treatments.
So you moved to Kazakhstan and then travelled extensively between PRC and Kazakhstan. Did you ever have any reason to believe that you were at risk of being detained when you made these travels, as you were in 2017?
Endi siz Qozog'istonda yerleşkenden keyin daim berip kelip жүрüpsiz. Endi 2017-yili Xitoyga qaytgan vaqtingizda bir taraz qilib baqqandingizmi? Meni tutib ketami degan mundaq bir ko'nglingizdan bir o'tganmi shundaq bir gumon?
Yo'q.
No.
There isn't. No. When you were first detained, you were taken from a police station to a hospital and had a medical examination. You say in your statement that you were worried that that was going to lead to organ extraction. Why was it that you thought that was a possibility?
Endi sizni tunji qitim uydan tutib, doktorxonaga olib boribdi. U yerda sizningki ichki a'zolaringizni tekshiribdi. Shu jarayonda o'zingizninki ichki a'zolaringizni evolami degan ashundaq bir qo'rqinchlikda bo'libsiz. Nima uchun bundaq bir qo'rqinchlikda bo'ldingizmi? Shuni biroz tushuntirib berasiz. Nima sababdan bundaq o'yladingiz?
Chunki men o'zim Qozog'istonda tijorat qilayotgan vaqtlarimdami, men o'zim qo'lqon kasbim o'sha sayohat egilib boshlash kasbi bo'lganligi uchun bu qiziqaman axborotni masterdagi yangiliklarga nimalarni qiziqib turaman. Shu sababdan men faollanuvchilarniki organlarning ilinayotganligi, hatto bizniki shu burun endi og'ir jinoyatlar kesilgan Uyg'ur qarindoshlarimizniki ashuna o'ltirilib tashlanib turmalarda jastin vermaydigan ahvollardan xabarim bordi.
During my time in Kazakhstan, while I was doing business, and because of my what I studied was business and tourism, I always interested in more information, and I learned that the Falun Gong practitioners' organs were harvested, as well as the prisoners, the Uyghur prisoners. Also their organs were targeted.
Men aş təşəyə vaxtda üntünsiz avaz çıxamasdan hər vaxt ətrafımda 2-3 kiçik insanlar aş billə apırıb men başım qarqaltıb işini bilməyəm. Aş özləri kimlərini saldırıb məcburi aşında təşvişini ötküzüşdə ən axırda şu kimini yalang'achlab bir narsalarni surib təşəyə vaxtda men yürəklərim löpüldəb qat işdən siyrakil tas qalğanıb qo'rqinishdim.
It was extremely terrifying experience for me because the people who were examining me, I could feel, although I had a black hood over my head, I couldn't see, but I could feel there were about 3 people not saying anything. And when they placed that cold gel on my body and when they started examining, that time I almost like passed water. That's how nervous I became.
But do you know what the basis then for that very thorough medical examination was, why it was done?
And sizce bularınki bu kadar inçiklep tekşirişteki sebebi neymi?
Biz xuddi qotandagi qo'yga o'xshab qolgan bir millat bo'lganligimiz uchun ular mana hozir sizlar ko'rayotgandek xalqarada qo'rqmasdan halol organ tashrifatini endi qilyotdi. Bizni anandan yana bir ish qiyin qisqa olgan vaqtidami bizniki mana shu ichki organlarimiz qattiq ziyon zahmat o'chirmagan holatda qiynaydi.
Well, our people, we become like cattle. You could hear now, even on the international stage, they are loudly accusing us that we are lying. The organ harvesting is common, as you must have heard from media that they advertise a halal organ. And even when they tortured us, they made sure that our internal organs were not damaged.
When you were first detained, you were told, I think, that you had committed terror-related crimes. Did they explain what the basis for their view was, and did they produce any evidence that you had been involved in terror-related activities?
And sizni tunji tutgan vaqtda sizni terrorga bağlangan degandek shundaq sabablar bilan sizni tutibdi. Ama sizga buni tushundimi va qandaq bir faktlarning borligi to'g'risida sizga bir tushuncha berdim.
Bu to'g'risida menga hech qanday tushuncha berilmadi. Faqatla mening o'zimning iqror qilishimni, ularning meni qo'llashlik sababniki 3 xil jinoyatni ortib turib qo'lga olibdi. Shandong Kongbu Fenzi tashviqot qilish terrorlikqa, Zugji Kongbu Fenzi tashkillash terrorlikqa, Uyghur Goja Anchuanzi davlat parchash o'rnigan degan jinoyat. Yana birisi aniki bu. Bobshi Kongbu Fenzi terroristlar qanot ostida olgan degan jinoyatlarni atgan jadvalga qo'l qo'yishga majburlandim men. O'zim iqror qilishimni talab qildi, qisqa qilib, anharda shu jinoyatlarga qo'l qo'yishga qiyinchilikqa uchradim.
No, not at all. They have not presented any evidence whatsoever. On the paper, they showed me what I was accused of, organizing terrorism, instigating terrorism, and intention to split the country, separatism. And they forced me to sign that paper to admit those so-called crimes.
Mellam emas kirganlarning hammasining qo'liga ashna narsada majburlangan ekan. Kirganlar har qanday.
I wasn't the only one. Everyone who was detained there, they all have experienced exactly the same pressure that they must sign that document, and in order to make them sign document, and they tortured.
Now, in the camp, you explained that as an education camp, there was education for detainees. Could you just say something briefly about the nature of that education?
Bu lagerni bula tarbiyalash lageri deydi. Sizce bu tarbiyalash bilan aloqasi bormi? Bu lagerni en qisqa so'zda bir tasvirlab bergan bo'lsangiz.
Bu lagerlash ajiba mendek bir şirketniki muavin direktori bo'lgan insonga o lagerlarda dars o'rganishim yoki kasb egilishim ehtiyojim yo'qdi. Hatta meniki agar kampda o'ldirilgan dadammi hukumatga ishlab pensiyaga chiqqan bir insonni o'ldirildi. Ularning atalmış narsalar hamsi saxta, yolg'on.
Well, there is no such education. I didn't need to be re-educated because I was a vice director of a company. And my father, who worked all his life for the government and who was detained and died in camp, he didn't need to be educated.
You say that when you were in the camp, you were visited by Kazakh diplomats as a Kazakh citizen, and they explained to you your rights. What rights did they say that you had?
Siz mushu lager jarayonida Kazak diplomatlarninki kelganligi va siz bilan suhbat o'tkazgan, sizga o'zingizning huquqlaringiz to'g'risida tushundirgan. Mushu huquqlarni qanday tushundirgan shularni deb berasiz.
Menga ularning tushuntirishida birinchi huquqim ular meni jismoniy emgakka sololmaydi ekan. Ikkinchisi og'rib qolsam davolaydi ekan. Shu vaqt tanqimni vaqtida beradi ekan. Bu mening huquqim ekan.
I was told that first of all they cannot force me to work, put me into forced labor. The second right I had is right to have medication. If I were ill, then I must receive medication. And the third right that I had, so I received 3 meals per day.
Okay. And did you explain to the diplomats the nature of the treatment that you'd had inside the camp?
Bu diplomatlarga sizningki mushu lager jarayonidagi o'zingizning tatgan zulmlaringizni tushuntirib beraldingizmi?
Mumkin emas. Uning aldiga chiqishda ular qattiq tahdid qilib turib, agar yashag'ing bo'lsa, sen bu yerda yotgan bo'lgan ishlanish qanday demaysan deb, hatto zanjirlarni et tashlab, qo'limga ko'zini solgan holatda chiqqan.
It wasn't possible. Before I was taken to meet them, and I was threatened that if I would tell anything that had happened to me to those diplomats, and I might have death threat. I mean, I might die. And they removed all that chain and handcuffed me and took me in front of them.
And did you detect any different treatment as a Kazakh than the treatment that was being given to the Uyghur detainees?
Әмді өзіңіз қазақ болған, қазақ милләте болған сүптіңіз білән башқа ұйғырларға көрсеткен зұлым сіз білән пәрқлік болды ма?
Bizning his qilishimizda burunqi vaqtlarda jamiyatda va yoki turumdan ishlatib bo'lsin azroq bir bo'libmi uyg'urlarga qaraganda boshqa millatlarga azroq bir farq bordi. Lekin men 2017-yili men o turmaga kirgandan keyin farqi yo'q.
Turma jarayonida siz ham cho'qim Qozog'istonga ketalaydi degan bir farqlik bo'ldimi demakchi. Ya'ni turmaning ichidagi uyg'urlar bilan sizga.
Yo'q.
In the past, it was slightly different. For the treatment, it was Kazakh and it was Uyghurs were different. But after 2017, hardly any difference.
Men chet ellik deganligim uchun, men chet ellik meni bunday muomala qilishga haqqinglar yo'q deganim uchun bir oy shu men 6 kvadrat debdim, men 3 kvadratlik zindonda yetishga majbur bo'lganman, yolg'iz kishilik zindonda.
For once I questioned them that I am Kazakh citizen and you have no right to treat me in such a way. For that I was punished in a dark cell. Actually, I said 6 square meter. Actually, it was 3 square meter cell. I was locked up there for 1 month. In a dark
solitary confinement.
Solitary confinement, yeah. Solitary.
When it came to the approach of your release, you were asked to sign or required to sign conditions for release. What were those conditions?
Sizni qo'yadigan vaqtda sizga shart bir qancha shartlarni qo'yib, uningga qo'l qo'y debdi. Ya'ni qo'yib berish shartlari. Bu qo'yib berish shartlarini tushuntirib beramiz.
Ularning shartlari, men uning ichida ko'rgan tatqan bu zulmlarni, bu ichidagi ichinishlik ahvollarni hech qanday hech kimga hatto o'zimning uydagilarga tinmaslik. Agar normal hayot yashash imkoniyatini erish uchun bo'ladigan bo'lsa, yoki ota-onamni ko'rib kelish imkoniyatiga erishmoqchi bo'lgan bo'lsam, cho'qim ovozimni qat'iy chiqarmaslikning ustida shartni qo'yib turib, imzo attirdilar.
So the terms and condition was that if I ever want to return to the country and visit my parents again, then I must not say anything about what I have experienced and what I have witnessed during my detention.
Right. And my last question is about your family. Your family stayed behind, didn't leave the country like you. There's a dispute, as the council team said, over the conditions in which your remaining family are living at the moment. And I just wonder if you could explain the basis for your belief, the statement about their treatment here, as opposed to the Chinese government's treatment, which is that they are living normal lives in China.
Sizningki ailangiz to'g'risida bergan bayonotingizni degan ahvol bilan Xitoyningki hozir o'zlari davatgan sizning shu yerda qolib qolgan tuqqanlaringizningki ahvoli ikkisi cho'ng farq bor ekan. Ya'ni ular boshqacha davatibdi. Shuning uchun faqat o'zingizningki bilishcha sizning urug' tuqqanlaringizningki ahvolini bizga deb bera olamsiz.
Bizniki oilamiz sizlarnikiga o'xshash nihoyat baxtli bir oila edi. Lekin shu lagerga men solinib buni dunyo anglatgandan beri bizning oilalarniki men ham otam, rahmatlik onam, singlimning hammasi ularga nisbatan bir terrorchi oilasi aylanib bo'ldi. Amaliyotda biz normal bir insonlar edik.
My family was a very normal, happy family. And since after I was detained, then after I was released, I started telling the truth to the world. my family suffered the consequences. My father died, and my sister, my brother, my sister and my brother, my mother, they were all branded a terrorist family, and they're suffering the consequences.
And how is he able to find out about their current
Hazırkı
condition?
ulanın ahvalını qandaq bilələrsiz? Well, no news. Couldn't communicate with anyone, so cut off for some time now.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vetch.
During the period of your detention incarceration, please could you describe some of the ill treatment, torture as you've alleged in your statement, that you suffered and or witnessed others suffering?
Әмді мұшу лагердегі жарияндаа сіз баянатыңызда бәзі инчики қинаш жарияларыны баянат қылғандыңыз. Мұшу жарияларыны өз еғізіңіз білән сөзләп бәсіңіз. Қысқыча.
Мақұл. Fakat istifade alım yok ama özle parayı. Bütün çayının 3 günden 7 günü geçe Yıgırıp ben kıstafla ucurdum 4 gündüz. 4 çayının 3 günden 7 günü geçe. Aşkım o 7 için.
Yes, Your Honor. It is extremely hard for me to talk about it. I don't even want to remind myself about all those ordeals. But of course, for the first four days and nights, I was tortured intensely.
Ən dərsləbdə yolbas orundaq oturğuzulup, rəzigi kaltak, tokkattaklar bilan qattiq uruldum.
In the beginning, I was secured under this tiger chair and beaten up. Police buttons and an electric pot.
Keyin mana məşunda Qarmay şəhərlik Cərənbulaq Saxçıdarısının yarası uyida mana məşunda holatda bu Google'dan ilingan suratlar əpəndilər to'g'ri chiqishini umid qilaman.
These pictures, I got it from Google. I just clarified that. It was a similar cell in Qarmay Cərənbulaq region. Yeah. That was the basement of the police station, the detention.
Keyin manda isib qo'yib, mana shu meniki butunlay kassam, dumbam, shu boljong go'shtlarim putniki, hatto beton o'tirg'izib turib tapanimga shu yog'och qaltaklar bilan, sim qamchilar bilan eng vahshiy usulda qiynadi meni.
I was hung from the ceiling, and then all similar to this kind of position, and then they used thin wire and other tools, and hit my body all over my body, including my soul, the sole of my feet.
Ularning vahshiy qiynashlarga qarab to'xtamasdan, yarim soat, hatto 1 soat urib qiynashlardan, mala insonmi, emasmi deb o'ylanib qolasiz.
While experiencing such horror non-stop, then it makes you to wonder whether those people are human.
Professor Kaur, do you have questions? If so, make them short, please.
You heard regarding the Karamay camps that all government ethnic minority employees were to have re-education, and that this was a directive from the central government. What do you mean by the central government? Who are you thinking of, or what are you thinking of? Employees were to have
qayta tarbiyalash, yani atalmış qayta tarbiyalash bu merkez hükümetinden düşürülgen buyruk depsiz. Bu merkez hükümeti deganimiz
Ben bunu yerden düşmedim ama ben onun haberim yok. Ben bunu ondan terzimde hatalık okşaydı. Ben muşu adaletsizliklerini, muşu Çinçenliğe diyen Xitay kılıvatıdır dep oylap, Beijing'e berişini oylagan. Ama atamның nasihat bilan ben onundan yanıq bas keçken. Bu Xitaylar qo'li ichik iludi bilan o yuqoridan kelmasa bu ish bo'lmaydi deb meni to'sigan Beijing'e berishimdi.
Well, initially I thought it was Chen Quanguo who is responsible for all the sufferings that we have been put through. And therefore I decided to go to Beijing to make a complaint. And my father stopped me and saying that without the order from the central government from Beijing, this wouldn't happen.
Can you elaborate on that connection between Beijing and the region in northwest China?
Can you rephrase the question again?
What does your father mean by the fact that all orders come from Beijing to the region in question?
Hem de dadınızınki şu merkezden kendisi bu işler olmaydı digindiki ma'nini biraz düşündürüp bilerim. Siz nima üçün şundaq deydi?
Mening atam rahmatlik 30 necha yil shu hukumatga xizmat ishlab pensiyaga chiqqan bir inson. Bu hukumatning qandaq soxtipaz, qandaq rangvas, aldamchi ekanligini biladi. Har qandaq bir buyruqning o'sha markazdan keldiganligiga oid hujjatlarning hammasini xizmatlarini ishlagan. Shu sababdan atam buni besh qo'lda biladi, yaxshi biladi.
My father is a retired a civil servant who worked for the government over 30 years. So he knows the nature of the government, and he seen many official papers, and therefore he understands how the system cheats and lies, and he knew that there's nothing can be achieved or can be implemented without the order from the central government, Beijing.
So you're talking about the Politburo here.
Bu yerdeki merkez hükümeti dediğiniz şu siyasi merkez Politburo'da koydu 12 kişilik şulardan keldi demek için yok.
Bizning nazarimizda biz uni ichki nimsida ishlamagan ekan, Zhongyangdan keladi deymiz. Markaziy hukumatdan keladi bu buyruq deb bilamiz. Uni biz inchiklab ish kiribdi, kimdan keladi, qandaq uni qonun organlari baholamasa biz uni bilmaymiz.
I cannot really answer that question as I don't know how it works, but we assume it's from the central government. But how the central government work, obviously we don't have any information.
Thank you. Mr. Abraham, can you ensure that the photographs, if the witness is willing, are made available? Anybody else? We have no further questions. Mr. Abraham.
Thank you. That ends our questions.
Thank you very much, Omid Bakari, for coming to give evidence. You're now free to go. By the clocks in the room, it's now 11:26. We are running behind. We'll take a 10-minute coffee break, which means that we will start again at 11:36. Yeah.
Havas. Siz bormi? Hello?
You are on YouTube.
Hozir ikki mikrofon aytayotganiga quloq qo'ying. Havas. Endi chiqdi. Siz bormi? Hello?
You are on YouTube.
Hozir ikki mikrofon aytayotganiga quloq qo'ying.
Mr. Sabi, I think, Mr. Sabi, we might as well just get started. If we wait for people to get together, they won't come. We get started up. We can start getting the witness lined up, because I think this witness is by video, is that right?
No.
Assalomu alaykum, Shayx Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar. Sizlarning ko'ryapotganinglar Xalqaro kollégiyesininki Londonda bugun boshlangan tunji sotninki naq maydon ko'rinishi aziz qarindoshlar. Men Faratoqash yanımda o'tirgan bu afandim Uyg'ur adliya arxiv ombirininki direktori va Nurga Uyg'ur komisiyaning raisi Baxtiyor Umar afandim. Hammalarga salom. İkimiz bu naqmadan programımızda alışık meselelerini bulduk. Olduğundan sizlerden uzun soraş bilen başlamak istiyoruz. Aslında bugünkü naqmadan programımızda ettiğen London vakti saat 8:20'de başlamak istiyorum. Sotni yarım saat durur. Ama tuyuksuzlar bu bir xatarlik yüzünden sot zalınınki bu tor, Wi-Fi tor bir takip edildi. Çünkü Xitay hükümetinin bir qancha kundan buyon bu xalqaro Uyghur sot kollegiyasininki torga bo'lgan hujumdan favqulodda kuchaygan bu bexatarlikni ko'rib turib, shu zalninki Wi-Fi tor nimi butunlay taqaldi. Bu sababdan biz o'tkazishchan tor tarqatish sistemasini qo'llanishga majbur bo'ldik. Bu oraliqda biroz texnik jihatdan qiyinchilikqa duch keldik aziz qarindoshlar. Shuning uchun sizlarga aslida sud boshlashdan burun biroz sizlarga ma'lumot berish, tushuntirish berish, izoh berish o'ylashgan. Aziz qarindoshlar, shu damlash vaqtidan foydalanib turib sizlarga qisqacha bir izoh beraylik. Bugun sud haqida sudning kemasida bugun London vaqti soat 9'da başlandı. Sudning beshida bu xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki bosh sudchisi o'taqliq advokat Jeffrey Nice apandim bu sudning qurilish masalasida izoh berdi va bu sudning dunyo huquqining raisi raisi apandim tashabbusidan qurultayning tashabbusidan ularning arz bilan qurilganligini bir alohida eskartib o'tdi va Xitoy hukumatining bu sud qaratgan to'g'ri bir hadiya bergan bo'ldi. Bundan boshqa yana bu xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki Bala şehitinin raisi Hamid Salih efendi ve xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki bosh advokati bir yerda Ayrif efendi bu qadam sudning tartibi haqida qisqacha ma'lumot berdi. Aziz qarindoshlar, bugun jami 9 guvohchi shohid guvohlik berdi. Bugungi sudda bunun 8 nafar Uyg'ur, bir nafari chet ellik aziz qarindoshlar. Foy oldinglar. Bu yerda Gollandiyadan kelgan lager shohidimiz Qalbinur Sidiqlar, yana Gollandiyadan kelgan lager shohidimiz Ömer Bekali guvohlik berdi. Hamda bu ikkinchi bosqichda bu yerda bugungi sudda bunun 8 nafar Uyg'ur, bir nafar Uyg'ur adliya arxiv ombirininki tadqiqotchisi Muattar İlqutxonov bu Uyg'ur adliya arxiv ombirininki 2020 va 2021-yillarda mushu dalil isbatni to'plash xizmatlari haqida bu yerda bir doklad berib o'tdi. Bundan keyin Nurga kelgan bizningki Uyg'ur shoirlarimizdan Fatigul Talib guvohlik berdi. Undan keyin bir yerda Shvetsiyadan kelgan Sayragul Savotbay hammalar tunishdi. U guvohlik berdi. Undan keyin Dunyo Urqultininki raisi, ya'ni bu qadimgi sudning bosh arzdori Dolqin Aysa efendi guvohlik berdi. Faqatla bu yerda nima bergan birla chet ellik bor. U bo'lsa-mu bu George Washington Universitetininki terrorizm qarshi mutaxassisi bu yerda Sian Roberts efendi. Yana boshlandi sud madamlash vaqtidan foydalanib sizlarga qisqacha bir izoh berishni muvaffaq bo'ldim. Rahmat.
UTJD, could you please briefly let us know how you're going to give this expose and how long would it take to go through this PowerPoint?
Yes, I hope it's going to take about 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I start?
Would you like to start, please?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Muated. Project that focuses on the registration of the disappeared and extrajudicially interned Uyghurs in East Turkestan. The project was first funded on a voluntary basis in 2018 and later received fundings from the National Endowment of Democracy starting from July 2019. We are building a comprehensive database to document the ongoing atrocities being committed by the Chinese Communist Party toward the Uyghurs and other Turkic population since the revision of its legislation in 2017, which allowed the local government to educate and transform people influenced by extremism as so-called vocational training centers or re-education camp, which is also known as concentration camps. And our annual report 2021 examines the urgent reality of East Turkestan by analyzing data based on the UTGD database. I am the first author of the UTGD's annual report, which is submitted to the Uyghur Tribunal. I have contributed to several chapters of this report, except from the camp system part, which is done by my colleague. I would also like to mention that the current report is made to meet the tribunal's June hearing deadline, so some minor changes may occur during the reviewing process, and we will keep the tribunal updated on that. So the idea for now is to present a statistical overview of our data, and I hereby declare that all information provided is true and correct. The present report is aimed to serve the information need of the growing community of organizations, United Nations.
Excuse my interrupting you.
Yes.
It may be better, or it just may be my hearing, if you speak a little slower.
Oh, that's good.
Because reading is always difficult to get at the right speed for an audience that is listening.
All right.
Now, I'm not going to interrupt, I hope, anymore, because I'm not going to be the one mostly asking you questions. But I know that we will be interested in at least 2 or 3 things. Mm-hmm. And if you could bear those in mind as you go ahead. First is the particular expertise that you are giving us. We need to know when you're speaking as an expert. Second, there is a difference between primary sources and secondary sources. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be very helpful for us if you can identify when you're dealing with a primary source, a witness you spoke to yourself, something like that, as opposed to secondary sources, which we know are going to appear elsewhere. Mm. But if you could help us in that way.
That's
Thank
good.
You.
Then we can go to the next slide, I think. Yes, this is a table of contents of our report. Well, we have tried to collect as much information as possible in this report, like historical background, post 9/11 repression, and marginalization of the Uyghur language, 5th of July uprising in the camp system, and also about the pathologization of the Uyghur religiosity, and also Uyghur forced labor and forced sterilization and abortion. And then in the end of the report, there's an analysis called No One is Safe. It's an analysis based on the Uyghur Transitional Justice Database. Next slide, please. This is a general overview of our data collected so far. We collect various types of data, and until today, our satellite experts has collected about 232 geolocations of suspected concentration camps and 257 prisons, and we have registered 5,567 missing people in our database. Some of them are just missing, some of them are detained in concentration camps, and some of them are sentenced into prison without any judicial reason. And 3,000 of the 5,500 people are saved on our offline database, and 200 and 2,567 people are connected to the online database. Next slide. Our report is about marginalization of the Uyghur language, because starting from 1st of September 2017, East Turkestan has experienced a new language system policy. It is the so-called bilingual education across all elementary and junior high schools in East Turkestan started to shift into Mandarin-only education, and the goal will be that all teaching materials and the medium of instruction would be in Mandarin Chinese only. And in the recent years, the Chinese state has arrested more than 100 of Uyghur intellectuals who have successfully navigated the world of academia, art, and journalism. Uyghur activists and linguists have become the latest target of the sweeping crackdown in East Turkestan. And according to the UTGD database, 365 intellectuals are registered as whether missing, detained, sentenced since 2016. And Table 1 in our report gives an information about the gender distribution by linguistic featured professions. We have also included 3 statements in our database. In our current annual report, the man on the picture on the left is Mr. Abdurrahman Imam Hamdullah. Mr. Abdurrahman Imam Hamdullah is an Uyghur linguist and researcher who previously worked at Xinjiang Ethnic Language Committee. He had participated in numerous projects on compiling Uyghur dictionary, such as Annotated Dictionary of Uyghur Language, the Uyghur Dictionary of Handicrafts, and he also published many academic papers. Hamdullah was arrested in early 2019 for an alleged crime of working on Uyghurification of place names. You can find a statement provided by Hamdullah's son, Yashar Hamdullah, who's living in exile in Norway. And the man on the picture on the right is Mr. Yalkun Rozi. Yalkun Rozi is a public figure, journalist, writer, and literature critic. He was born in Atush in 1966 and graduated from Xinjiang University in 1987. He worked as a journalist for Urumqi People's Radio Broadcasting, and from 1991 he worked as an editor for Xinjiang Education newspaper, and from 2005 he worked as an editor for Xinjiang Education Publishing. He is the author of many books and articles about Uyghur education, literature criticism, modern history, and various Uyghur historical and social issues. He was detained in October 2017, soon after he returned from a trip abroad. Yalkun Rozi is now sentenced to 15 years in prison. He was accused for attempting to incite separatism by promoting Turkism. And a statement about Yalkun Rozi is provided by his son, Kamal Turik Yalkun, where he testifies for his father. It was actually a video testimony posted on social media, and I transcribed this video testimony after getting the permission. And next slide, please. We have also included a chapter on July 5th uprising in the current report. On the 5th of July 2009, Uyghurs peacefully took to the streets in the city of Urumqi to protest against the Chinese government's handling of the recent deaths of and brutal attack on Uyghurs working at the Shuri toy factory in Guangdong province.
Excuse me for a second. Yes,
Yeah.
what would you like to?
I'd like to. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's very nice, but we've sort of read it, and I just wonder, would it be better if perhaps, if I may, ask you questions
Yeah.
first? Because
that could be fine.
I think one of the important things is the background of all of this.
Sure.
All right. So first of all, thank you very much. We've read through this, and it's a very, very good an account of your year's work. But what I just want to know is, first of all, a little bit about you. So I understand you've been doing this as a project, and you've also been interviewing. So do you speak the language? How many languages do you speak?
Okay, I speak 4 languages. Uyghur is my mother tongue, but I grew up learning Mandarin, so I'm fluent in Mandarin Chinese. And I was raised in Norway, so I speak Norwegian and also English.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. And in terms of that, how many of these people did you actually personally interview?
Pardon me?
How many of these interviewees, for example, you've just shown us 2, how many did you personally interview?
It's I can't give an estimate, but for the past 1 year, after I started to work at the UTGD database, I have been interviewing, maybe up to 50 or 100 direct and indirect witnesses. I have also interpreted for some camp survivors. Yes, I can't give an exact number, but it's a lot.
So many of these you've actually taken your own stories from them. And done. So could I just go a little bit further back now to the methodology of the, producing the database? For example, presumably anybody can enter it. I mean, you say, how do you get the people? Do you advertise?
We do use several types of methodology. Sometimes we base on open source information. We gather information that is publicly available on some social media platforms, and those type of information are usually labeled as unconfirmed. Because many testifiers and in the Uyghur diaspora communities, they use social media as the main method to express the story happening on them. And what we do when we collect this type of data is that we try to reach out to that person, and then we question them and ask them to confirm the evidence of the testimony. And then the testimony can be labeled as confirmed or verified based on after the interview.
Right, so if I get it right, people can apply, but each and every one that is on the database has been verified by you or somebody.
Yes.
Right, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So it's been verified. And the other thing is in terms of protecting their identities, are they happy for the identity to be put on there?
Yes, we have 2 type of databases. I mean, we have two type of platforms, offline and online. The online database, we get the testifier's permission. They can choose between registering the data on the offline or online one. The offline database is not connected to the server. So it's 100% protected, and only some of our team members can get access to this data. And the online ones are connected to the server, and it's also highly protected. But we can't guarantee that there are no cyber attacks that is happening. But the testifiers are aware of the situation, and they have chosen to provide their testimony on the online platforms.
So it's fairly open. So are people frightened to come forward?
Pardon?
Are people frightened to come and register with you because it'll be open?
Yes,
the repercussions of that.
Yes, that's why we do have 3,000 offline database
I see.
testimonies
So
on
the
offline
offline
database
are
than
not
the online one.
made public. Okay. And these, so these data, I just want to clear up a few things before you go on. These data then include both the offline and the online. All right. So it's really fairly selective in that people are applying. Have you cross-referenced it to any other databases? Because there are other Uyghur databases.
Well, we are aware that there are other databases, such as Xinjiang Victim Database, but we do not cooperate with them, and we don't know about their methodology and how they work. So I can't really comment on how many data they have and if there's anything that overlaps with our data.
Because the point I think I was trying to get is, so really these data are not generalizable because they're self-selected. So you can't use these data to say that so many professionals have been admitted, because this is only a part of the story.
Yes, we can't. I mean, we can generalize it. We are still working on this last analysis part. So I didn't really get your question.
So, for example, in Table 1, I think it was,
Yes.
I can't find where the page is, you've got the numbers for the page 416, numbers for professionals. I think you've got all these, actors, writers, and journalists, but this is really from this database. So the question really is, were they actually attacking or bringing in people who were professional and the intellectuals?
Yes, that's what we assume.
You assume, but can
Yeah,
you?
that's what
I mean,
we
we can't
are
use
saying.
these data to prove that. But
No, our job is to present the data that is collected and provided to other organizations that do investigations. So we don't conclude on a hard basis, but we try to give a summary presentation of our data to different organizations that can use this data for some more meaningful analysis.
right, and one of the problems which the chairman pointed out is this is very, very much a secondary database, isn't it? How do we know that the witness or the people you talked to were telling the truth? You said you checked, but how do you check?
We talk to them. We ask them about like the source of the information they are providing. Say if they say that the families are detained in a concentration camp, we do ask where they got this information. Is it through phone calls, or is there a document that is proven it? So that's how it works.
Yeah, and you've got some pictures also in there. Are these pictures, I think you do say they're from Google,
Yes.
but how do we know they're true?
Yes, as I said, I wasn't too much involved in the satellite analysis part. We have a satellite expert who is doing this job, and he usually refers to Google Earth and applications such as Here We Go, and analyze those based on that. If the panel has any question related to this part, you're always welcome to reach us out. I have also told this to the Council of the Tribunal. I wasn't very much involved in the satellite analysis.
No, I appreciate you can't do everything, can you? If I may just go through, and then perhaps we can come back to this. You were talking about the estimates of the number of people that have been interned, and they seem to be different estimates. They differ from 1 to 3, and then some others say it's 2 to 3 million. Is there any way you know of? I mean, how do we check which is correct?
We refer to different references, and the data that we have, it's just based on what we have. Could you please repeat your question?
Really, I was trying to get the veracity of what numbers of people have actually been interned or been to these camps.
Okay. As I said, it's 5,567 in total. We don't have this entire millions of references. It's not that everyone can come to us and report the data.
Right. No, I was just wondering, because you put it in there, so I just wondered where you got them from other people. So you were just about to tell us about... Sorry, the other thing is you've got several witnesses here, but have each and every one of them been asked questions by you or a team of you? I mean, who else asked the questions?
Some of them are by me and some of them by the other team members, and also in some cases, they have just given us their testimony directly and written that testimony on their own.
Okay. There was one, sorry, I'm going to let you get back to your talk in a second. And one was really the question about villages and cities, because in page 448, you say that in villages, women were almost always forced to have IUDs inserted after the first child, whilst in the cities they were not forced, but they were certain that they might lose their jobs. But if you look at page 451, it doesn't quite fit in with that, because it says Chinese families allows two children to reside in cities, but the minorities in the countryside are 3 children allowed. It's sort of slightly contradictory.
Which page?
Sorry, page 448 and 451. So have you got the report on your...
If you pick up the report...
Oh, I beg your pardon. I could give you your number. Page 49 on yours and 52.
Page
If you got to see it.
49. Could you please repeat that? I'm just on page 49 now.
49, 448 and 452. But from your reading,
yes.
Are the people in the villages allowed more children than those in the city, or vice versa?
Yes, the introduction part of each chapter are referred to different type of references. So we do have reference on each or everything that is stated here.
Okay. Sorry, I'm rather pushing you. Do you want to carry on, and I'll maybe interrupt as you go?
Yeah.
Do carry on. So you're on the July the 5th uprising?
Yes.
Just before you do, I think it's probably fair to say that the tribunal itself asked you to prepare such material as you could from the database that you had, although it was a partial database, and you will be able to respond to any detailed questions in September. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Yes, please continue with your presentation.
Okay. I'll continue with the July 5th. All right, let's see.
Just to save time, Mr. Liquid, would you please skip the historical background, because the tribunal have read that. So if you actually deal with the other chapters.
Yes. Well, I will just continue with July 1st then. On the 5th of July 2019, Uyghur students and Uyghurs lived in Urumqi city has peacefully took to the street in Urumqi to protest against the Chinese government's handling of the recent deaths and the brutal crackdown on Uyghurs working at the Shuri factory in Guangdong. And according to the official numbers, 2 Uyghurs were killed and 120 people were injured, most of whom were Uyghurs. And according to other eyewitnesses reported by the Guardian, the real death toll was more than 30, and as the witness himself helped to kill 8 or 7. And some video clips of this evidence were posted online. And as a response, Uyghurs in East Turkestan planned a peaceful demonstration organized by student groups in several universities in East Turkestan. And the collective demand was very simple: investigate the Shangguan killing and restore justice. And in this chapter, we have a witness statement provided by Adil Alim. He was a Uyghur student in the Faculty of Law at Xinjiang University. He was one of the core organizers of this demonstration, and he attended the demonstration. He got arrested, and in the statement, he talks about his horrible experience during his detention and how he got released, and what happened after he got released. And the picture on the right is a verdict of no guilty issued by Tianshan District, Tianshan Detention Center in Urumqi City when Adil Alim was released. And next slide, please. So I understood that I were going to give a presentation of each some chapter of the report, so that was what I prepared for. I think there was some misunderstanding, but yes, we have a chapter in our report. It is about the camp system. Since 2017, media have been covering China's unprecedented social re-engineering project, that is the mass indoctrination camps, and the UTGD is aimed to study China's systematic crackdown policy in East Turkestan. The team is conducting a comprehensive research on each individual detention facilities, compiled with detailed information. We're preparing a fundamental data set to study China's camp system. And over the past 3 years, our researchers have found more than 530 suspected detention facilities, where 232 re-education camps and 257 prisons, including detention centers, and 152 Bintuan, Laogai, and that means production and construction corps in Chinese. And those statistics are dated to 14th of May 2021. As we talked about it earlier, some satellite images are provided from our team, from our satellite expert. And again, I have to make it clear that I wasn't directly involved in the satellite analysis. But as I said, if the panel has any question to this type of data, you are always welcome to reach us out after the hearing.
Can I interrupt? I
Yes.
think for those viewing, unlike those of us who had the good fortune of reading the report in advance, it will, and also because the type's a bit small on the screen, it would help if you could tell us what the satellite imagery expert says can be seen. I'm not sure any of us could see it, but if necessary, we can ask her or him to provide a supplementary explanation. But I'm sorry to have interrupted Dame Parveen, but if you could just give us an account of what that little bit underneath the picture says is shown.
Mr. Chairman, the pictures are on pages 436 and 437
Thank you.
of your addendum.
Yes, we have some very interesting findings from our satellite expert. It is in one of those, in this chapter, there are some satellite images of concentration camps, and especially in Aksu city. We found that a concentration camp was located 1 kilometer away from a crematorium. It was built by the roadside of the Wushi Road in Aksu City, and approximately 1,200. Next slide, please. Yes, a chapter in our report is also about pathologization of Uyghur religiosity. The Chinese regime has continuously repressed the Uyghur religious identity over decades, and in the recent years, the community's religious staff and religious scholars, including imam, have been most vulnerable for persecution. And until 2022-21, the Uyghur Transitional Justice Database has collected 549 individuals with detailed description about their religious atmosphere, we have various variables such as A, not religious, and B, not practicing, and C, practicing, and D, religious scholars. And from the table, we can see that the religious scholars and those who are practicing religion are most exposed for persecution, but this doesn't mean that the non-religious ones are safe.
Could I just ask a question there?
Yeah.
So were these, the questions that you asked, were they asked of the people reporting about their parents or whatever, or if they themselves had been in a camp?
Yes, those are based on people who their family or friends, and also in some cases we collect open sources, such as there are some religious scholars. When they got arrested, there have been several medias who have been reporting about this, and besides on the private testimonies, we also base on open source media reportage.
So one person reporting could be reporting for 4 or 5 other people?
Usually not.
If they were in the family?
Yeah, if they are in a family, sometimes, they report about 4 or 5 people, but the religious scholar part, I think one people do only one because they don't know too much religious people or religious family members that or religious scholars that are kind of around them that they know that they can be a reference to.
So when you say non-religious, they were Muslims, but they weren't observing any customs, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes? And then not practicing, what's the difference?
Not religious means not religious at all, and not practicing means they say that they are Muslim by, they say that, but not kind of daily practicing religion. And practicing means that they do pray and once in a day, or they do some religious activities. And religious scholars are referred to.
And was there a difference between men and women? Did you not?
Yeah, we don't have a gender distribution here right now.
Thank you. Sorry, do carry on.
Yeah. Next slide, please. We have a chapter about coercive family separation. Within 1 to 3 million people incarcerated in some form of mass internment, many Uyghur children have been deprived of one or both parents, and countless families have been coercively separated, and in some cases, there were relatives or extended families to take care of the children, and in some other cases where the extended families have also been sent to the internment camps, there are no one to take care of the children, so the children usually end up in child welfare guidance centers, and also in some state-run vocational schools. The Uyghur Transitional Justice Database has registered 43 children under 18 who are currently missing, detained in state-run orphanages, or who are exposed for family separation because the families are detained in the camps, or that their families are abroad and can't risk to go back to East Turkestan. And again, the information sources are based on testimonies of the missing children's parents or other relatives who are abroad, and in some other cases, we also refer to official media reportage, as I said earlier. And yes.
In terms of the separation, then, are the children separated according to their age? And if so, where do they go? So the babies or young people would go for...
Yes, the two, I think all 3 of them on the picture. Mukhlisa, her father is currently...
No, I mean generally.
Generally.
Generally.
It kind of differs. Most of them, they have one of their parents living abroad, mostly in Turkey or some other countries, and some other relatives who testifies for their, let's say, nephews, that because they know that the kids' parents are taken to the camp, and let's say the aunt knows that the kid are sent to the state-run orphanages. So that's how the information come from.
Thank you. And do the parents, if they are there and outside, do they know where the children are? Can the parents visit the children?
Visit the what?
Can the parents go and see their children?
Outside? No, because as I said, these children are taken to the state-run orphanages because the parents are detained in the concentration camp. They are not allowed to come out, or because the families are living abroad and they can't risk to go back to East Turkestan.
But there are some parents that are single parents who are still, working in the community. Are they allowed in?
I didn't get your question. I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Some are single parents.
Yes.
And they're working in the community, so not in the camps. Would they be allowed to see their children? Because sometimes they're taken as well.
We don't have report on that. We don't have, like, if the parents is there, we don't collect data on missing parents then.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Missing children then, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Brina, did you want to ask a question?
Thank you very much indeed for your very informative report, which we've all read with great care. I want to take you back, if I may, to your methodology, and to ask you, because you understand that the tribunal needs to understand how much reliance we can place on your report. And so I would like you to say a little bit, please, about what steps you've taken, or whether you've turned your mind to the question of any confirmation bias that might be taking place. So in the narrative part of your report, you rely a great deal on secondary scholarly literature, and you cite these sources very thoroughly. But have you considered that you might be then studying the open source material and the satellite imagery with a particular outcome in the front of your mind, or a particular interpretive outcome in the front of your mind? Have you taken any steps to minimize that confirmation bias? And if so, what steps? So, for example, have you sought verification from the other party? In other words, have you sought, I understand that you haven't looked at other Uyghur-related databases, but have you sought any confirmation about this material or what it might mean from, for example, the PRC itself?
No, because we do have this, let's say, confirmed and verified selection. Like, as I said, the open source informations are usually unconfirmed unless we reach out to that witness and ask them to provide information, and an interview will be taken following our guidelines. And after evaluating it, we will label this testimony as confirmed. And we still can't label it as verified because it's a little bit challenging, as due to China's stranglehold on information flow in East Turkestan. So that's why we can't verify the data, but we can confirm the data based on the testimony given by people after conducting a comprehensive interview. We do also have other methodologies. It's not only open source information, and as I said, there are media reportage, and we have a UTGD online registration form. And in individuals who are affected by this massive network of internment camps in East Turkestan can give their testimony by visiting the UTGD website. They can fill out various online forms, and it's also available in different languages. There are like different variables that they need to fill out, such as, of course, full name and year of birth, the ID number and level of education, occupation, and religious atmosphere, if they have traveled abroad, if they have family members abroad, and if they are a CCP party member. But it's not that all of everyone has exact the same amount of information. Some testimonies and registration forms are more detailed and some are less detailed. And for the past 6 months, we have been providing all of those registration forms and witness statements to the Uyghur Tribunal. So the research team are pretty much familiar with how those registration forms looks like. And we do also have other methodologies such as telecommunication, because we do carry out interviews via Skype or phone calls, which is a part of our testimony collection process. And this type of data are usually more accurate than the online registration forms, as we can directly interpret with the witnesses. And in some occasions, we do also do face-to-face interviews. We try to travel to different countries in Europe to conduct such interviews. And in some cases, we do also have local volunteers in different countries that can do this interview based on our guidelines. Yes, and then we have data collection on paper, which is another methodology. This is due to the increase in harassment in various forms carried out by the Chinese regime, as well as due to the digital surveillance threats. Many Uyghurs in the diaspora communities are afraid to give their testimony online or to use the online solution, and therefore we can also provide testimonies that can be given on paper to protect the privacy.
Just one, sorry, you're doing very well. Thank you very much, because I know this is in preparation still, isn't it? Can I just ask a general question? Because just reading through these, it seemed to me that different counties had different rules.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would these rules be directed, clearly not if they've got different, but what do they do about rules coming down centrally? Would they follow those rather than their local rules? The different countries, according to you, have different numbers of children that they can have, and the rates of birth, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Is that central, or is it different for each county?
No, it's central. It's the format is the same for everyone, but like they can fill out that information if they know and if they are willing to do that. But it's not really required to do to fill out exactly all variables in that form.
And from your sort of extensive reading and knowing about it, I just wondered. I mean, you say here, when the Associated Press in 2020 talked about the deliberate measures against the population, about having children, and you say it's nothing new. Why did it take a journalist or a paper so long to come out with the truth?
Which page are you referring to?
Sorry, I'm on your page 49.
Yes.
At the first paragraph.
It's not, exactly. It's not something new, because things like forced sterilization has been taking place in some, let's say, for the past couple decades, China has been implementing different policies in different regions in East Turkestan, such as the southern part of East Turkestan. They have always experienced a more strict policy, while the northern parts have been more, let's say, free. So according to our references, they like IUD incest and forced sterilization has been documented before the past 5 years, like back to 10 years as well. That's on the countrysides of in the southern part of East Turkestan. So there's always been different policies implied in different regions, and in those counties, people have they are not. I shouldn't say that it's not very developed from the technical side, technological side. So it's not very easy to get into communication with those villages. And I believe that's the reason journalists haven't been covering this for, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Did you have something, Professor Cole? No. Yes.
In the fact statements, we've come across a number of coloured uniforms used in the centres or camps. Have you worked out a system of codifying them? Do they vary from centre to centre, or is it decided and defined by the state authority or perhaps other bodies?
Yes, this red and orange uniforms, usually according to the Chinese state media, red and orange uniform are used for forced laborers and prisoners who work at forced labors. So we combine this data with the other satellite images, and we can't come to an conclusion and state strongly that this is a forced labor camp. But when we kind of suspect that when we suspect that this could be a forced labor camp, we submit our data to other investigators. But yes, the red and orange uniform usually refers to...
Have you come across other colours or the number 54? Have you come across other coloured uniforms or the number 54?
No.
One other question about how do the authorities decide when, for instance, a beard or facial hair growth is a sign of extremism or even terrorism or illegal, and at what length, for instance, does it become a sign of extremism, and is it clear to Muslims in the region what is permitted and what is not permitted with regards to religious practice?
It's not a very easy question because the sign of extremism, it can be wearing a hijab and that you are praying and keeping an Quran in your home. All of those are a sign of extremism, and people there is a Karakash list which was leaked out some years ago, and I did translate the entire list from Chinese to English and registered the data on our database. And there you could see that people are detained for different reasons for sign of extremism. It can be having more than 2 children, and it can be like the security people have kind of seen that this person has visited the mosque, and that's the sign of extremism. And in some other occasions, they are just taken and saying that like nothing is kind of explained. So, yeah.
Please could you explain the difference, insofar as it could be understood, between concentration camps, prisons, and labour camps?
Concentration camps are... I'll just say concentration camps are usually, they refer to it as the vocational training center, what China says, and the re-education facilities. And prisons, according to our data, prisons refers to people who are already sentenced to imprisonment, such as Mr. Yalkundruzi, the picture I showed before, when he is arrested and he was kind of interrogated for 2 years. He was detained in a concentration camp, and then he was taken to a shame trial and sentenced to 15 years, and then he was moved to a prison. So that's the differences. And the labor camp, we usually refer to the Bingtuan. It's the detention facilities from the construction corp. I can't remember the name. Wait a minute. Yes, production and construction corps. And what they do is to collect people and use them for forced labor. That's what we mean by. The last one, forced labor camp.
So, and then just in regard to the first two, concentration camps and prisons, what is the actual physical difference? Are they, as we would understand them, prisons in the sense of incarcerating criminals, not necessarily political? What is the actual difference?
Well, usually the re-education facilities and concentration camps, they do not go through a judicial process, and that's why we refer to it as concentration camp. And the prison ones, there are usually a judicial process taken, maybe in a secret way, and then they will get a document saying that they are kind of sentenced to 15 years in prison, but without any kind of judicial support or lawyer getting involved. So that's what we mean by prison.
Thank you.
Your sources of information for your database, were they all diaspora or were any in China itself?
They are all based on the diaspora communities. It's very challenging to...
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Is there any estimate or guess as to how many Uyghurs altogether there are in the overall diaspora community around the world?
I can give an estimate with diaspora community in Europe. That's about 15,000, but I don't know about the rest of the world.
And so of the 15,000 in Europe, how many have you contacted?
I got involved in this project starting from July last year. So I got contacted. I was in contact with about, let's say, more than 50 or up to 100 during the past 1 year, but like in direct contact. But as I said, some other sources are based on other information are based on open source and also online registration form. And also we have other volunteers based in different countries, such as Turkey in Istanbul, where there are a bigger Uyghur community. So it's kind of our volunteers who take care of the contact with the testifiers and not us directly.
Diaspora in Europe and elsewhere, Uyghur diaspora in Europe and elsewhere are not united in a single body. There are a number of separate bodies, aren't there? And they don't necessarily all share each other's information. There's no reason why they shouldn't.
No, like as we said, there are also other databases, and let's say the diaspora communities in US, they usually testify on the other databases, which they are more familiar with rather than us.
Well, I'll just repeat that you very kindly, at the request of the Tribunal, provided this report on the basis of the work you've been able to do. To some extent, it's probably going to be counted as provisional or interim. And if we present questions to you and to your colleagues after these hearings, will you be able to deal with them to the extent possible by September?
We can do that.
And maybe come back, and we look forward to seeing you then.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Our next witness is Patrick Talib, who will be examined by Dr. Zamit Porter.
How much late are we running, Mr. Sabi? About 15 minutes? A bit more?
Yes, we are almost 20 minutes over time.
So, if for those interested or hungry, we'll rise sometime about 1:15, maybe a bit later, and we'll shorten the lunch break. I hope that helps. And where's the usher? Good.
Thank you, Sir Jeffrey. Members, can I begin? Ms. Talib, so in 1991, the witness's husband was arrested and sentenced to prison because he was considered an agitator. His crime? Teaching the Arabic alphabet and the Quran, and raising awareness of the faith of Uyghurs, such as with respect to forced abortions. He was tortured while in detention. His nails were taken off using pliers, and he was hit on the head several times until he was bleeding. And these injuries ultimately caused him long-term memory loss. Upon his release, he decided to escape China in 1994. The witness, his wife, Mrs. Talib, a Uyghur, followed him 2 years later in 1996, and they went to live initially in Turkey. However, as a mother, she had to leave her 2 children behind. It was not possible to take them with her, despite her various attempts. Initially, her daughter, Ruqiyya, was pressured by the authorities to contact her parents, telling them to go back to China. When this failed, Ruqiyya, her daughter, was sentenced to between 3 to 5 years in prison. Many of the witness's other relatives were also imprisoned for the sole reason of having been in contact with the witness. Ms. Talib, I have 2 questions for you. In your statement, you state that your husband was imprisoned in 1991, 30 years ago, for teaching the Arabic language and the Quran and raising awareness about Uyghur issues. Could you please clarify whether there were any other acts for which he was arrested, or whether these were the sole reasons for his arrest?
Siz bayanatınızda 1991 yılı yoldaşınızın tutulğan sebebini Kur'an öğretkenligi, Arapça öğretkenligi üçün aşı sebep bilen tutulğan depsiz. Bunundan başka sebepler battı mı? Yok. No.
Thank you. So those were the sole acts for which he was arrested. My second question is similar. You state that your daughter was arrested and imprisoned for failing to persuade you to return to China. Is this correct? Could you please clarify whether this was the sole reason, as far as you are aware, for which she was arrested?
Siz bayanatınızda kızınızınki sizni Xitayga qaytıp berişqa siz qaytmağanlığınız üçün türmge taşlandı depsiz yoki tutuldu depsiz.
Doğru.
Bunundan başka sebep barmı? Yok.
Başka sebep yok. Menimki kızımның özünü her qatımda men telefonda görüşken mezgilde ya dadan kelsin ya apan kelsin dep qattiq besim qilganligi uchun biz onunla yaktı geldiğimiz için durmak zorunda.
No other reason. Each time when she called us, she often insisted that we should go back. And we know that she was under pressure. And when we didn't return, and that's what happened to her.
And perhaps my final question before I hand over to the members is, how was she able to know this?
Bunu siz qandaq bilaldınız misalda? Hem de kızınızınki şu sebepten tutulğanlığını.
Menenki 80 yaşga kirgen apam batı. Hamını meni özüne Xitayning özü tutudu. Men sana bunu özünü açıqlap beray dep apamni özü açıqlap berdi. Sözlep berdi. Bütün jarayonda.
My mother, who was 80 years old, when I spoke to her, she said that I know that the Chinese authorities will arrest me, but I will tell you the truth, what happened, and that's where I learned about my daughter.
Thank you.
Microphone, please. By the way, I understand, before Professor Kaur asks questions, I understand that some of us have been mumbling into our microphones and can't be heard at the back. There is a simple solution to that problem. Thrust your hand into the air if you can't be heard, and we'll do better.
I'd like to go back to the year you left China, 1996. Was that the last time you were in China?
Siz 96 yılı vatandan çıktım depsiz, Jongo'dan çıktım depsiz. Şu en ahir qetim şu Jongo'da 96 yılı şu yer boğandınız mı? Xitayda şu yer boğandınız.
Doğru.
Yes, that's correct.
And how old were your children in 1996?
Sizin balalarınız kaç yaştı 96 yılda?
96 yılda çoğun balam 1990 yılı 12. ayının biri doğuldu. Kızımın özü 1992 3. ayının 15'i doğuldu. Ben mektepte okumağalık için belki doğru hesaplayamazlığım mümkün. Benimki perzimce oğlumun özü 8 yaş, kızımın özü 5 yaşım, 4 yaşım oldu. Tam hesaplayamadım.
My son was born in December 1990, and my daughter was born in March 1993. 93 yılı dediniz, 3. ayda kızınız.
Yok, 92, 3. ayın 15'i.
Okay, sorry. My daughter was born the 15th of March 1992. So I might not be able to calculate correctly. I believe my son was around 8 years old when I left, and my daughter was around 3 years old.
And that was the last time you saw them?
En ahir qetim ular bilan qachon ko'rishding? Ko'rdingiz misol?
En ahir qetim ben chet elga chiqib Shvetsiyaga kelib 2004'te Shvetsiyaga geldim. Herhalde 2005 oluşu lazım. Kompüterde görüştüm.
2005 değil mi?
Herhalde 2005 enik kalandı yok.
I arrived Sweden in 2004. Based on my memory, the last time was through a computer in 2005.
So who was looking after them from 1996 onwards?
96 yıldan tartib kim beqiyotgan ularni?
Qaynanam baktı erimninki, apisi.
My mother-in-law was looking after them.
Mother-in-law?
Yeah, my mother-in-law.
What did you do to try and get them out of the country?
Ularni shu chiqish uchun qandaq bir nimalarni qildingiz? Qandaq bir tirishchanliklarni ko'rsatdingiz?
Balalarımın çıkış için her xil yolunu özünü denedim ama hiç qandaq işte başaramadım.
I tried everything possible, however, wasn't successful.
En ahiri Shvetsiyadan pasport verdi. pasport bergenden keyin Beyjan'a kelgende ayıplanğa çıkan vaxtında düşürüp aldı ballarımın özüne.
The last time was that they, after obtaining passport and visa to Sweden, after they board on the flight, they took them off from the plane.
Who took them off the plane? They took them off the plane? Or
Kimler ularını aeroplandan düşürüp aldı?
Xitayning saqchilari.
The Chinese police.
The Chinese police at the airport?
At the airport.
So they had permission to leave the country, but they were stopped from boarding the plane to join you in Sweden.
Asli ular chiqadiganға imkoniyati botdi, lekin aeroplandan Xitoy hukumatiningki saqchilari ularni tushiribdi.
To'g'ri, Shvetsiyadan pasport berganda hozirda peshin berishdi bor Shvetsiyada.
Yeah, the passport was issued from the Sweden, and sadly they were unable to leave.
And they were teenagers at that time.
O vaqtda ular tehi 10 yaşlarda.
Evet, doğru.
Yes, that's correct. They were still quite young.
So it's still your mother-in-law that was looking after them, or someone else?
Now or at that time?
At that time.
Şu vaqtın özde qinapınız beqilayotgandim balalarni. Şu vaqtda. Yes.
Why did they? What did they say regarding that your children couldn't leave the country?
Ular sizga qanday sababni berdi? Misalga nima uchun sizni balalarıngizni chiqarish to'sashning sababini?
Balalarını çıkarmasının sebebi bizningki aileni siyasi aile de hükümetin qarğanlığı üçün biz chet aldı yaşaganlığımız üçün ya ki dadası ya anası birisi kilidi ulu qalıdık balalarını yolga salımız dep sebebini şunu koydu.
They considered us being political family, and the condition was that one of us must return, and only then they would be allowed to live.
What did you fear if you were to return to China? What did you fear?
Endi agar siz qaytib borsangiz, shu berishdan nimadan ansirsangiz?
Men aslında berishni o'zini denedim öydekiler kemmedi diye bizningki ailege her ayda saqchilik kirib men xat yezishini de bilmayman. Balangdan nima xat keldi, nima yo'lladi deb her ayda ular qattiq bisim qilganligi uchun ailem faqat kemmasin, kelsan seni o'zidan ham turmaga solaydi, ham seni o'zini hayot qo'ymaydi deganligi uchun aramadi.
My family discouraged me. They told me that every month there were police visiting them and asking if I wrote to them. Actually, I am illiterate. But because under such pressure, my family told me that not to return. If you do, then they will arrest you and there will be severe consequences.
Do you know if they have been detained recently in the last few years?
Bu neçə yılın içində ularmı tutulub getdiligini anladınızmı? Qandaq ahvalda?
Benimki ailem olsun, yoldaşımın ailesi olsun. Hiç qası hazır sırt yok. Hemisi Xitay'ınki tormusu da menip bir yerde. Bu benimki kızım.
Both family members of my husband and my own gone. They are interned by the Chinese authorities. This is my daughter.
Bu benim kızım yenedeki balısı Nevra.
That's her child, my grandson, oğul mu?
Evet, balısı oğul. Bu beni hamile vaxtıda soladı kızımın özünü.
Yeah. She was arrested while she was pregnant.
So these images were sent to you?
Bu resimni ular yollab berdimi sizga?
Evet, apam yollab berdi.
My mother sent.
Via phone?
Telefon arqali yollab berdim.
Her vaxtda Xitayning bir apını
WeChat. Yeah, it was via the Chinese app, WeChat.
And when your daughter was detained, what happened to her children?
Kızınız tutulup ketkendan keyin tutkul jarayonida nima ishlar bo'lganligini bilamsiz.
Başka artık bizniki ailedikilerden hemisi mankarta telefonun hemisini itibatından keyin işkanlığı hazır kadar alakam yok. Kızım Xitay'ın oturmusu da öldü mü, yakın hayat mı, oğlum mu şunda bilmem.
I have no idea. I have no information since my daughter was arrested, and then I didn't have any contact. I was cut off from everyone. So both my son and my daughter, I don't know whether they are alive or dead.
And the last time you knew about their whereabouts was 2015, is that right? When you last talked to your mother?
En ahırkı qitim siz apınız bilen paranlaşqa vaqtida 2015 yıl deyishni. That's correct.
I'd like to talk to you about your husband who was tortured, and he's not here today because he's still suffering from various physical and mental health problems. Can you talk about what exactly happened to him when he was detained, and what are the effects of those treatments he received?
Siz yo'ldoshingizningki salomatligi ham jihatdan bugun bu yerga kelinmaganligini bayon qilibsiz. Shu to'g'riliq, ya'ni o'ziningki tan salomatlik jihatdan ham psixik jihatdan qandaq bir ahvol shuni bir bizga qisqacha tushuntirib berasiz.
Yo'ldashimdanki tan salomatligi shakar hastaligidan boshqa tarafdan yaxshi, ammo psixik tarafdan cho'kik.
My husband suffered from diabetes. He is diabetic. Apart from that, his general physical health is okay, but the mental health is very low, very down.
When did this begin to emerge? Was it directly after he got out of prison, or is this a latter day problem due to aging or something else?
Əmdi bu özününki salamətliki, bu yaş çoğayğanlıqdan salamətliki təsir etdimi, yoki şu burunqi beşidin keçirgan işlar təsir qıldımı?
Burunqi beşidin o'tgan ishlar ta'sir qilgan, uningki turmada yotgan mezgilida qattiq beshig'i urib qolgani uchun hafızlık kaybı yo'q bilan bana aralığında cihbinəsinin özünü %70 unutuldu, davamlı unutuldu. Biz onu özüne əsletib ötümüzək unutuldu.
Not because of aging. When he was detained, he was constantly beaten up, suffered from beatings to the head, and therefore for 70% of the time that we have to help him and remind him, otherwise he cannot remember things.
And you've written in your statement that you yourself suffer from psychological issues and that you take medication. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Siz özünüzün salamatliginiz to'g'risida bayon qilibsiz, to'g'ri ichmandabsiz, mush to'g'risida biraz so'zlab beramiz.
Mening salomatligim faqat yaxshi emas, Shvetsiyada 50% ishlayolmaydi degan raporumda bor. Meniki depression darsi ichaman. Uyqu darsi olaman. Davomli.
I'm in very poor health. I have a document from the Swedish government that 50% I cannot work. I take medication for depression. I have to take a medication to sleep.
And since when have you been taking this medication?
Bu doğrularını qachondan boshlab ichayapsiz?
Men bu dorilarning o'zini asosan qizimni aeroplandan tushirib olganda yoqi meniki ro'yxatga hayotim nachar bo'lganligi uchun
since they forcibly took my daughter out of the plane. Since that time, I started having...
Since 1996?
96 yıldan başlap mı?
Hayır. Şemsiye'ye gelgenden başlap.
No, after they were taken out of the plane, not 1996, since I arrived in Sweden. Yeah.
Kızımı tormağı soluğandan başlap da onodaki tekim ağırlaşma başladı. Bir ananın ki ne kadar azaptat kaldığını, balının ki anın için balının ki kaçılık kıymet geldiğini anı vakılı benim ki bu taraftan.
My condition deteriorated since I learned that my daughter was arrested, and only mothers who have children can understand the pain, how a mother would suffer.
So you're no longer in touch with any of your relatives in China, and as far as you know, they have been detained or disappeared. Is that correct?
And siz bilişinizce, çünkü siz bütünley iş kim bilen alaqalışamağanlığınız üçün hazır ulanın xəbərini bilməyəsiz. Amma sizin pərizingizce ular həmmisi tutulub getdi, şunaqmı?
Yes, that's correct.
And since
none of them are outside.
And this is purely because they're associated with you. Is that correct?
Bu birli sebep sizin uruq tuqqanlığınız boğanlığı üçün, şunaqmı?
Doğru.
That's correct.
How many relatives have disappeared or been detained since 2014?
2014, yeah?
2014 yıldan hazırgaçılık qancha kişi sizin ailenizden tutulup getdi?
Yoldaşımın ki ailesi bizden aile bulup 60 diyecek oluşu mümkün. Benimki perizimce.
Approximately, I believe, over 60 people.
60 of all ages.
Hem yaşta şunaqmı oxşamağan yaştakiler.
Including your mother and mother-in-law?
Mesela apınız hem qinanınız şularının işçidimi tutup getkenlerinin işçidimi?
Qinanam tutulmadı. O özü ecelinden öldü. Qağalarının özü Xitay'nın ki tormasa da buluş mümkün. Onların ki hazır öldü mü, ya ki hayat mı, hiç qandaq xəbərim yox. Ne ballarımdan, ne bir tuqalarımdan, hiç birisinden xəbərim yox.
My mother-in-law died of natural cause, but the other members, I have no idea. I simply don't know whether they are alive or that they're dead.
Do you know what kind of education your children had after you left? Did they go to an ordinary school? Did they learn Mandarin? Did they go to a boarding school?
And siz vətəndən çıxıb getgəndən keyin ballarınız qandaq bir məktəblərə bardımı, oxuş, məsələn, Xitayçı məktəbdə oxudumu, qandaq məktəblərdə oxudu, xəbəriniz var mı?
Məktəbdə oxuğunu özünü bilmə, amma Xitayның məktəbində oxudumu, ya Uyğur'da oxudumu, ona da xəbərim yox.
As far as I know, they went to school, but I didn't know whether they went to a Chinese school or the Uyghur school. I don't have any information regarding that.
And can I also ask how you managed to leave the country if this is a very highly bordered and strict country with a lot of surveillance? How did you manage to get passports and get out?
And bizim bilişimizce Xitaydan çıxmaq intayın qiyin. Çünki ular kontrolsuz ait için. Şundaq bir şəraitdə sizlər qandaq çıxaladınlar? Qandaq çıxandınlar şunca?
Menimki yoldaşım qaçaq yol bilan çıxdı. Ben başka birisininki istemede pasportunu üzerine setip edip çıktım.
My husband left the country illegally. me too also paid money for someone else's passport, and I used that to leave the country.
You talk about, sorry.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask two questions? Firstly, are you being harassed by China in Sweden? And secondly, are you able to practice your culture, and are you teaching your children to speak Uyghur?
Ben sizin fakat iki sual sormakçı. Birincisi, siz hazır şu eşitsiyet yaşaş jarayoningizda Xitoy hukumati sizga parakandirmi, sizni avara qildimi? İkincisi, aşada özünüzningki tilingizni, özünüzningki madaniyatingizni bolalarыңizga o'rgatib o'tamsiz.
Qaytadan yana birdan qalamdan chiqdi.
Birinci sual, siz şivsiyet yaşaş jarayoningizda bo'libmi hozir Xitoy hukumati sizni parakanda qildimi, sizni avara qildimi? Birinci sual.
Birinci sualga javob beray. Meningki pasportdagi ismim boshqa bo'lg'achqa, mening o'zini topolmaganligi uchun meni o'zini jihrasiz qilolmadi, ammo yo'ldoshimning o'zi ismini o'zgartmagan bo'lg'achqa uni o'zini jiq qabul qildi. Hozir nomerini o'zgartgandan keyin hozir unga chaqilmadi.
Due to my name is different from my own name in Sweden, and therefore they couldn't locate me. But my husband, because he didn't change his name, therefore he was harassed. And only after he changed his telephone numbers that he managed to stop the harassment. So second question I'm going to ask. İkinci sual, siz şu yaşaş jarayonida bolalarınızga Uyg'urcha til o'rgatib va Uyg'ur madaniyatini shularga o'rgatib o'tamsiz.
O'rgatib o'taman uni o'zini.
Yes.
Do you now have Swedish citizenship?
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear the last bit.
Do you now have Swedish citizenship?
Okay. Siz özünüzningki Şivsiye oldunuz mu? Yeah, I hold Swedish passport.
Has the Swedish government, through its embassy in Beijing, done anything to help you locate, contact, get information about your family members?
Şu Beijing turuşluq Şivsiye elçixanası sizinki bolalarınızın qayerligini izdirigini qilishga yordam qildi.
Biz ulardan uni o'zini talab qilmadik. Talab qilsak baribir Xitoydan bu Şivsiyening kuchi yetmaydi, Xitoy hukumatiga. Buning uchun biz talab qilmadik.
We haven't approached them because we know that the Chinese authorities will not cooperate with them.
Finally, you've given a long and detailed account of distressing events. Is there anything else you want to tell the tribunal before you leave us?
Sizden naydi inçiki suallarını sorab sizlere naydi bir aram kıldık. And en ahırda sizin özünüzün şu sotka deydiğen sözleriniz var mı?
Bu sotki herkese köp rahmet eytiman. Meningki dadimni tanışıganlığı üçün ularga köp rahmet eytiman.
I just would like to thank you that you listened to my sorrow.
Thank you very much for giving evidence to the tribunal. Mr. Zamit Border, I think that Patigol Talib is somebody in respect of whom the People's Republic of China has found nothing negative to say. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Sir Jeffrey.
Are there any other questions you wish to ask?
No, that concludes my questioning. I just wish to thank Mrs. Talib. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we break, Mr. Vetch has something to say, but we must, I think, express all our gratitude to Madam Rahima, the interpreter, for sterling work this morning in the difficult exercise of sequential translation. Mr. Vetch will tell us what time we are meeting after he's mentioned something.
Just simply, if there may have been some confusion about ticketing, and I think some folk thought that they had to reserve tickets online and not appear in person. So if there's anybody who is under that misapprehension, please let them know. So there are tickets are only necessary to attend in person. And I think we are regrouping at what time?
14 hours exactly.
Yes, and of course, if those who are viewing online, then seats are available for tomorrow, being Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And if we could ask you to come back in good time for 1400. Thank you.
Аппарат якыраак коям да. Аны ача алмайды гана баглай алмайды неге. Келип кеттик. Assalomu alaykum. Ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar, savarchanlik bilan bu Uyg'ur xalqining tarixidagi zo'r bir hodisa hisoblangan xalqaro Uyg'ur sotining tunji sotini hozirgacha anglab berganingiz uchun ekran oldidagi butun qarindoshlarimizga alohida rahmat. Aziz qarindoshlar, bayam deb o'tdik, ba'zi bexatarlik tadbirlari sababidan bu sot o'tkazilgan bu zalninki Wi-Fi yani internet to'g'ri butunlay uzib o'tilgan. Shu sababdan texnik sabablar tufaylidan vaqtida boshlayapmiz. Tekrar ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizni tekrar uzr so'raymiz. Hozir sotninki birinchi bo'limi oxirlashdi aziz qarindoshlar va birozdan keyin ikkinchi bo'limi davom qiladi va ikkinchi bo'limi hammalar turishdi bo'lgan lager shoidi Sayragul Savutbay. Shivsiyan yetib kelgan Sayragul Savutbay guvohlik berdi. Uningdan keyinlar bu qatimliq xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollégiyəsining tashabbuskori va bosh arzdori Dünya Uyg'ur qultining rais Dolqin Aysa apandim bu yerda guvohlik berdi. Uningdan keyin bu yerda Amerika Georgia Washington universitetiningki terrorizm qarshi mutaxassisi Sian Roberts apandim bu yerda guvohlik berdi. Uningdan keyin Gollandiyadagi siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizdan Asiya Abdulahad, ya'ni Asiya Uyg'ur xonim tor orqali guvohlik berdi. Uningdan keyin bugun eng oxirgi guvohchi yana hammanglar turishib bo'lgan Uyg'ur ziyolisi navbat Norvegiyada istiqomat qilib turayotgan va bu sudga kelgan Abdulla Oyib apandim ninki guvohlik bilan bugungi tunji qatimli sud oxirlashdi. Az qarindoshlar, bu sotning bexatarlik tadbirlarini alohida kuchaytdi, chunki Xitoyning hujumini bilishdan bir qancha kundan yo'q favqulodda kuchaytdi. Shuning uchun bu yerda butun zallar, hatto tualetlarning oldiga maxsus amallik saqlash xodimlari, bexatarlik xodimlari o'rnashtirilgan aziz qarindoshlar. Hozir qisqagina bir damlish, mush fursatdan foydalanib sizlar bilan biroz dardlashaylik, biroz mung'dishaylik dedik. Hurmatli Dolqin Aysa apandim, siz birozdan keyin guvohlik berasiz. Siz bu sotninki tashabbuskori va bosh arzdori bo'lish suhbatingizdan emasdan bugun Xitoyning shunday besimga qaramay bu sot muvaffaqiyat boshlandi. Birinchi qismi hozir oxirlashdi. Siz bu sotninki muvaffaqiyatli boshlanishiga qanday baho berasiz?
Rahmat. Bütün bu sot dunyoga naq maydondan xalqaro matbuotlar orqali tarqatildi. Bütün xalqimiz, bütün dunyo bu sotqa şahit bo'layotidu. Nurg'ulg'an davlatlar bu sotga qiziqyotidu, qarayyotidu. Biz bu yerda naq maydonda bu sotga qatnashayotgan bir shahid bo'lish sifatimiz bilan bu sot nayt yaxshi ketib bordi. Siz degandagidek nayt qattiq hujumlar bo'lindi. Bu sotga kelgan insonlarimizga psixologik besimlar, tahdidlar, telefonlar davom qildi. Shaxsan menga o'tgan 2-3 kundan buyon inimning mangili kesilgan xabardan boshqa adamning, achamning va yangamning videolarini Xitoy Tashqi ishlar ministrligining bayonotchisi qaytadan o'rtoqlashib paylaşib menga psixologik hujum o'tib qildi. Bularning hammasi sotni paltlash va muvaffaqiyatlik bo'lmasligi uchun bir besimti, ammo biz bunaqa iroda bilan kelgan Xitoy hukumatining mushundaq xalqaroliq bir sotda sotlanishini ko'rish mening cho'ng orzuyimdi. Mening emas, bütün Uyghur xalqining haqiqiy vatan millat degan har qanday bir Sharqiy Turkistonlik xalqining eng cho'ng orzusi. Chunki demak Xitoy qanchalik kuchli bo'lsa-mu, qanchalik qo'li uzun bo'lgan bo'lsa-mu, qanchalik dunyoda ko'ranglab ketgan bir diktator hokimiyat bo'lsa-mu, ammo dunyoda yana bir haqiqatning borligini Xitoyga o'xshaydigan 21-asrda bundaq irqiy qirg'inchilik yurgizayotgan bir davlatning bu jinoyatining so'roqsiz javobsiz qolmaydiganligiga bizda bir ishonch bordi. Shu ishonchi bilan shundaq bir sotga murojaat bo'lingan uzun oylik, haftalik, yillik tirishchanliklar natijasida dunyo Uyg'urning ovozini angladi. Sharqiy Turkiston xalqining ovozini, Qozoqning ovozini angladi, O'zbekning ovozini angladi. Ya'ni Sharqiy Turkistonda jazo lagerida chaqchaqlayotgan millionlagan qarindoshlarimizning azob oqibatlari bugun tarafsiz bir sot tarafidan, mushak sot mahkamasi tarafidan anlatildi. Bu bizni haqiqatan xo'sh qildi. Demak, dunyoda u dunyodan emas, biz Alloh ishimiz ba'zi jinoyatlarning hisoboti u dunyoda emas, mushu dunyodami qilinganligini ko'rdik va shuni ishongan. Bugun mana shu sorun Xitoyning jinoyatining pash qilinayotgan soruni, Xitoy hukumatini chaqagan, Xitoy hukumati bir qancha haftalardan buyon qattiq asabiylar hujum qilgan bo'lsa-mu, bu sorunga kelinmadi. Chunki bu sorunga kelib, sotchilarning oldida savollarga javob beradigan jasorat, undaq bir g'ayrat yo'q. Chunki Xitoy hukumati bir jinoyatkor o'zining jinoyatini torlarda va yoki bayonotlarda da berish orqali dunyoni qaymoqtirib uringan bilan haqiqiy mana 100 turani bizlar bilan yuzlashishga, kamp shohidlari bilan, shikoyatchilar bilan, bu yerdagi sotda guvohlik beradigan guvohchilar bilan yüz kelib shu jasoratni ko'rsatadigan bir jasorat yo'q. Yani buni ko'rdik. Sot nayt yaxshi ketib boradi. Davom qildi 4 kun. İşinimizki endi yana shuni deb o'tay. Bu yerda nurg'un kamplar yetib qolgan kamp shohidlarimiz bor. Past ular guvohlik bergan vaqt tubida biz o'tadik. Har qatimliq shu guvohlik berayotgan vaqtning o'zida bizning qishimizni o'tagan kamp shohidlarining ko'z yoshlarini tutolmay, ularni ko'rib biz ko'z yoshlarini tutolmay. Chunki ular har bir shohid bir so'zlagan vaqtning o'zida qag'alli o'zining ashad o'tkazgan necha yillik oylik kechirmishlari esi keladigan gapkan, ko'ngli buziladigan gap, psixologiyasi buziladigan gapkan, ular ko'z yoshlarini tutolmayotdi. Mushuna bir hayajonliq, bir tarafdan azobli, bir tarafdan insonni xushal qiladigan, g'ururlantiradigan bir manzara bilan biz shohid bo'layotimiz bu yerda. Ammo nima bo'lmasin, haqiqat yerini topdi deb o'ylaymiz. Ya'ni xalqimizga, millatimizga muborak bo'lsin. Ya'ni bu 21-asrdagi cho'ng bir tarixiy hodisa. Chunki Xitoydek bir davlatni bugun tarafsiz bir mahkama, bugun dunyoning siyosiy markazi bo'lgan Londonda sot mahkamasida sotlashga Uyg'ur xalqi, Sharqiy Turkiston xalqi muvaffaq bo'la oldi. Bu Uyg'ur xalqiga cho'ng bir umid. Demak, bu haqliq da'voyimizda qanchalik haqliq bo'lganligimizning yana bir xil ifodasi.
To'g'ri deysiz, bu Komünist Xitoy hukumati ishlatgan Sharqiy Turkistonni ishg'ol qilgan 49-yildan to hozirgacha xalqimiz, begunoh xalqimizni tutdi. Ular sotladi, ular so'roq qildi. Taki hazırgıçta şu devam kılıvatıdan aytı. Xitayning bu xil besim, zulüm siyaseti taraf qilib bugün irqiy qirg'inchilikqa berib keldi hozir. Bunun aylandi. Endi tunji qitim bu 1949 yılı vatanimiz işğalga uçurgandan keyin tunji qitim Uyg'urlar, Sharq Turkiston xalqi deydi. Çünki bugungi guvohlarning ichida o'zbeklar va qozoqlar va Uyg'urlar va Sharq Turkiston xalqi tunji qitim Xitayning ustidan bir mustaqil sotqa arz qilish fursatiga erishdi va tunji qitim xalqlarda bir mustaqil sotmi Xitoyni yerda javobgarlikqa tortyotdi. Inshaalloh sot nihoyat ratlik bir shaklda ketyotdi do'qmaysa efendim masalan bu shu sot boshlanishga yaqin bu Xitoy hukumati sizga qaratgan bo'libmidi endi sizga ham siz raislik qilayotgan dunyo uyg'ur qultiga qaratgan bu hujumlarni favqulodda kuchaytirdi. Hatto sizni Urumchi qirg'inchiligi ham ninkimi javobgari ko'rsatishdi. Masalan oldingi kuni e'lon qilgan materiallarda bu zaten Xitoy nima maqsadiga yetmoqchi. Masalan bu hozir mana shuncha jaqirab shuncha shu lager shoidlar bomangli deb besim ishlatib tahdid qilib qismi yani bugün bu sot içildi muvaffaqiyatlik xalqimizning duosi bilan ikra oldi, xalqimizning madadi bilan moddiy ma'naviy jihatga qo'llashi bilan. Sizce bu Xitoy buningdagi qanday bir inkas qaytaradi bu sotga sizcha tasavvur?
Xitoy hozir nima qilishini bilmayotgan yoki o'zining jinoyat javobgarligi bir sot oldi soltmayotgan bir vaqtning o'zida panika kirib qolgan vaziyatda. Uning uchun saldirgan, ya'ni o'zini nima qilishini bilmay turib shu bütün rezilliklarni o'tirg'a etib, bütün yolg'onchiliklarni o'tirg'a etish orqali buni buzishga urinayotgan hatto buni bu qilish orqali Xitoydagi o'zini cho'ng davlat degan bir davlatning bir diplomatik qurollar doirasida harakat qilish kerak bo'lgan siziqdanmi o'tib ketib bütün rezilliklarni o'tirg'a soldi. Maqsad shu ham Xitoy nima qilishni bilmayapti, chunki bir jinoyatchi tutilib qilish harpsida va yoki jinoiy so'roq tortilib hukm yenish oldida qiladigan yani her xil nimalarni qiladi paskach. Yani Xitoy o'xshash shu ishlarni qilyotdi. Onun keyin albatta sotning boshlanishimizda bu bosh so'z deb o'tdi. Chunki bu sotga murojaat qilgan dunyo guruhi bir raisi bo'lish sifatimiz bilan Xitoy meni qaralasa, meni qotil deb qabul qilsa, dunyoga ha bundaq bir bunun qonun asosi yo'qkan bu sotning qonun asosi yo'qkan bir jinoyatchi bir qotilning bir uyaga bomba qo'ygan adam o'tgan bir insonning bundaq bir salohiyati bo'lmaydi deyish orqali bu sotga bo'lgan dunyoning ishonchisini ojizlashtirishni maqsad qilgan. Ammo bu naytib ahmoqona bir harakat, chunki mening deganimdan emas, yerda sotchi sot mahkemesi 5'de deb o'tdi hammadan bütün dünya anladı. Net 100 insanın guvohligini anglagan, net onun narsalarni ko'rib chiqqanliklarini deb o'tdi. Demak, bir ikki kishini qirlash orqali bu narsa yetilmadi. Ammo Xitoy deganidek nima qilishni bilmayotgan bir vaziyatda.
Rahmat o'qinaysiz efendim. Rahmat sizga tushdan keyingi birozdan keyingi sizning guvohligingizga muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Rahmat sizga. Siz biroz istirohat qiling. Rahmat sizga. Hurmatli ikra oldik, hurmatli televizion ko'ruvchilar, o'qinaysiz efendim deb o'tdi. Xitoy hukumatining keyingi mezgillardan buyon xalqaro Uyg'ur sotiga uningki bosh sotchisi Jeffrey Nice efendimga, sot hay'atiga, sotning to'rbetiga bu sotni dalil isbotlar bilan ta'minlayotgan va guvohchilar bilan sot o'tirisidagi koordinatsiyonni saqlayotgan mana hurmatli Baxtiyor Umar efendim riyosatchilik qilayotgan Uyg'ur adliya arxiv ombirining to'rbetiga hujum qilish avvallari favqulodda kuchaydi. Shuning uchunmi bugun bu Uyg'ur sot zalininki Wi-Fi ya'ni internet bağlantısı kesib o'tilganligi uchun biz biroz tamtirab qoldik aziz qarindoshlar. 8:20da boshlaymiz deb qilgan nimamizda vaqtida boshlaganmidik, biroz kesilib ketib qoldi. Chunki biz shu oraliqda biroz oldirab bu yo'chkilishchan tarqitish sistemasini darhol qo'llanishga majbur qoldik aziz qarindoshlar. To'g'ri tushunasizlar. Bayam deb o'tgandek birozdan keyin boshlanadigan ikkinchi bo'limda nihoyat muhim guvohlikni o'tadi. Kelanmagan lager shoidlar. Baxtiyor efendim, mening bilishimcha bu da her qaysi ellerden kelgan Uyg'ur, Qozoq, O'zbek shoidlar, Sharq Turkistonlik shoidlar, guvohchilar. Bu 15 nafar bu deyman taxminan bevosita Londonga kelgan.
To'g'ri deysiz. Amaliyotda bütün guvohchilarniki hammasining o'tdak qizg'inlik botda keldiganga, lekin nurg'un qarindoshlarimiz muhacir bo'lganligi uchun, bular vatandan chiqqaniga uzoq bo'lmaganligi uchun, masalan, Turkiyadagi, Amerikadagi lager shohidlarimiz kelanmadi. Hatto Yevropadan bir qism shohidlarimiz oilasidan ayrilolmadi degandek. Lekin ularniki jurki menimcha mushu sotda, mushu sot maydonida Uyg'urning vaziyatiga, Uyg'urlarniki mushu hozirgi ahvoliga ko'ngil bildigan qarindoshlarimizning hammasi mush ekran yuzida qarayman. Lekin ular to'rda bo'lsa o'zining guvohligini berib, dunyoga Uyg'urlarniki hozirgi ahvolini, ya'ni irqiy qirg'inchilikqa uchrayotgan mazlum xalqning jig'zarisini anlatadi.
Rahmat Bakirxon efendim. Mesela siz de ötkendek bu bizninki sizlarga hammalarga tunishlik bo'lgan bir 9 nafar lager şahidimiz var. Ularninki 4 nafar keldi. Lager şahidimiz var. Birla Ömer Bekali efendim var, Sayragul Savutbay var, Zümret Davut var. Onun dikin Sayragul hanım dedik. Onun dikin Gülbar Cellova hanım. Bular tötöylen bevas keldi. Qalan lager şahitlerimizin hemmisi makun tertip qardım hazır. Hemmisi guvalık tor arqılıq bir yerde guvalıqdan ötürken baymo az qarindoshlar bu savollarni balkim ba'zanlar inglizcha bildiganlar tushundiganlar biz chunki inglizchaga tarjima qilaylik desak biz o'tdagan masalan bu sot zalininki muxbirlarga ikkinchi qavatni o'rlashtirgan ayrim kabina emas. Shunga bu sotninki belgilamasi bo'yicha ovoz chiqarish cheklangan ekan. Uning uchun bizning tarjimonlarimizmi amalsiz qoldi qarindoshlar. Ati buning bir chorasini topamiz. Bugün chet el muxbirlar bayım ikrarlarda ko'rdinglar, chet el muxbirlari nayt ko'p. Haqiqatan nayt ko'p. Chunki bu bugun sotni qatnashgan kuzatuvchilarning soni unchalar ko'p emas. Chunki bilasizlar Angliyada nayt xatarlik bir yangi koronavirusning yangi bir tipi bayqaldi va nayti qattiq bir karantin tadbiri var. Biz bir hafta talaga chiqmay karantin bo'lib yotdik. Shuning uchun bugün bu karantin tedbirleri sebebinden sotqa kelip onu küz şekilde qatnashadigan tomoshabinlar deyli nimalarninki soni belgilik darajada cheklik tutildi. Aziz qarindoshlar, meningcha hamdam bayim deb o'tgandek Xitoy qo'ldan keladigan butun razil choralarni, psixologik hujumlarni, ta'didlarni hammani qilib boqdi. Balkim bu 4 kunlik sot jarayonini yana qilishi mumkin. Bayımı bazı lager şahitler bilen paranlaştık, bir yer kelgen guvaçılar bilen paranlaştık. Toxtumay ulağa təhdid nimeleri kelip atkan. Namalım tılpıllardan, bunundan bu tədiciye, bu xil təhdidler küçüyüvatıdı. Ama bizninki lager şahitlerimiz sizlerinki duayınlar bilen, cesaret bilen, hiç bir Xitayninki təhdidlerine, besimlerine, hücumlarına pisent qılmay, yüreklik bilen bayımı gördüğünler. Lager şahitlerimizin bəgən guvalıqını nayeti cesaret bilen Allah razı olsun guvalık bədi hem bütün nimelerine nayet qattiq ta'sir qildi. Bu vaqtdagi xabarlar biz hozir egallagan uçurlar qaragan vaqtida bu biraz burun tushdan burun bo'lgan bu sotninki birinchi bo'limi haqidagi xabarlar bu nayet ko'p chet el matbuotlariga keng doirada taqilibdi. Bugun baydab o'tgandek bu yerda chet ellik muxbirlarimiz bek ko'p, haqiqatan nayet ko'p. Buningdan BBC axborot organimi naq maydondan taqatdi, Erkin Asiya radiosi naq maydondan taqatdi. Baxtiyor Ömer efendim riyosatchilik qilayotgan Uyg'ur adliya arxiv ambirimi Facebook'ni naq maydonda taqatdi va Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultoyi tor televiziyasimi buni taqatdi. Hurmatli Abdulla Oyib efendim keling. Hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, shu soat birozdan keyin boshlangangacha biz biroz aziz me'morlarimiz bilan biroz sizlarni zeriktirib qo'ymaslik uchun biroz suhbat qilaylik. Bu qatimqi sotqa qatnashish uchun, bevosita qatnashish uchun alohida bu Norvegiyadan yetib kelgan hammalarga tunishdik. Asl tunishtirishning hojati yo'q. Bizningki burun turmalarda yotgan, bizningki fidokor, bizning tunilgan bizning adablarimizdan Abdulli Oyub efendim ataydan sotqa keldi ve baydab o'tdim. Bugungi sotning tunji kunninki oxirgi guvochisi bizningki Abdulli Oyub efendimninki guvohlik bilan bugungi tunji sot dinki birinchi sot oxirlashgan bo'ldi. Xo'sh, Abdulli Oyub efendim bayamasan bu sotchilar masalan bağlaş heyeti nəhayət kəskin suallarını oturup qoydu mənim bilişimcə. Həm də qarindaşlarımızın bəzi köpüncüsü ingilisçe bilməydi, çünki Uyğurca taqib etdiniz. Siz küzüb otladınız, ingilisiniz mi yaxşı? Siz gibəyən tuyğusu qandaq oldu bu? Qandaq ketib atdı məsələn siz sot?
Birincisi bizning o Qalbnur xanım nait yaxshi so'zladi. Intayin paketlik talaffuz hamma jihatdan shunda yaxshi bayon berdi. Uning tarjimasi nait esil chiqdi. Birinchi o'q Xitoyga nait ajallik yeriga yetildi. Bunda nait faxrlandim, xursand bo'ldim. Ondan so'ralgan savollar shu deyilgan paketni texnik aniqlash, texnik konkretlashtirish rolini o'ynadi. Masalan, men kişilerin mesela Ömer Bekali'nin nimisede bir paket var. Biz aşağıda kişilerinki su turması qamalğanlığını bayıqdıq degen çağda bu sotçı kim qayerda qachon bo'lgan degan savol olsa musharqiliq paketlarning texim aydan texim ro'shan bo'lishiga bu sot rol o'ynadi hamda.
Masalan sizin deb o'tdingizdek haqiqatan men kuzatdim. Bu so'ralgan savollar odatdagi jurnalistlarning, muxbirlarninki lager shaytirida so'ralgan savollardan farqli. Bu sot o'g'ini uchun nihoyat keskin, nihoyat tarafsiz bir shaklda zaten sot kollegiyasininki e'lon qilgan bayonotida Xitoyga dedim, sizlarni materiallar bo'lsa olib kelinglar, meshaga o'zinglar gap bo'lsa biz sotga gap qilinglar dedi. Mana kamida bugun Xitoyni ko'mdik bu yerda. Keynimizdan g'ajab, vaqirab, chaqirib sizlarga bu sot nimaga keldigan shohidlar, guvohlar ta'did silib bugungacha hozirgacha buni davomlashtirib kelyapti. Masalan, shuncha besimga qaramay Xitoyning shuncha hujumga Xitoy kuchli bir davlat. Bundaq bir besimga qaramasdan bu sot muvaffaqiyatli bir ichildi. Buning siz qanday bavarsiz masalan sot muvaffaqiyatli ichildi. Lager shohidlarimizning hech qaysi yenivamidi masalan va'da berganlarning hammasi keldi. Sizmi keldingiz bu yerda? Sizmi balkim o'xshamagan darajada nimaga ta'didlarga hujumlarga uchragan bo'lishingiz mumkin. Tor batlaringiz, telefonlaringiz masalan buni qilyapti Xitoy endi. Siz buni qanday qaraysiz masalan?
Bunun bizning kelgan lager shohidlarning hammasi masalan Ömer Bekali, o bizning Qalbnur xanım, guvohlik bermoqchi bo'lgan bizning Sayragul Savatbay aşılarning hammasi shu hayotni boshdan kechirgan. Bu yerda balkim mayli sotdagi anglovchilarga bo'lsin, mayli sotchilarga bo'lsin, bu bir vaqalik sirtda yuz berayotgan vaqalik. Ularga nisbatan bu bir kechmish, bu bir hikoya. Lekin bizning guvohchilarga nisbatan o'zining hayoti ham o'ziga o'xshash millionlagan kishilarning hayoti. Biz bu yerda so'zlanayotgani hargizmi xalqlar o'tirib xiyol qiladigan narsa emas. Shu amaliyotda bo'layotgan ishlar. Ondan bizning bu yerga chiqib hayot chiqarganlar milyonlar ichidan qutulib chiqargan intayin osonlik kishilar. Endi u chog'dagi hayot, masalan bu bizning lager shohidlarimiz chiqqandagi hayot bilan hozirgi hayot osmon zamin farqildi. U chog'da ularningki 1 yildan 7 oydan keyin chiqqanlar u hayot salomat qaytib chiqqan. Lekin shu yetayotganlar hozir allaqachon ba'zilari 6 yilda boshdan kechirdi. Shunga qiyin sharoitda shu kishilarning hayot qilishi qilmasligi hozirgi mening eng ko'ngil bo'lgan masalam shu. To'g'ri biz mushunchalar masalan deyli yenib chiqqan shogirdlar va ular sog'-salomat xalqaro jamiyatga xizmat qiladi. Lekin ashada millionlagan kishilar u fursatdan mahrum bo'lib, ikkinchisi ashlarning hayotmi emasmi? Biz ashladimi bexabar. Ya'ni million deganimiz mayli 3 million deyli, necha million deb olsak u son. Lekin o sonning ichida qanchalik inson hayot, qanchalik inson hayotni allaqachon hayoti oxirlashi uni bilmaymiz. Shu bu yerda bo'layotgan narsa zulm emas, bo'lgan o'lim. Shu bizning qilgan ishimiz zulmni to'xtatish emas, o'layotganlarning bu o'limni to'xtatish, ya'ni bu halokatni to'xtatish. Bu bir halokat emas.
Haqiqatan men masalan sizin paranglashgan sizin aytgan yerda bu lager shohidlari bilan 4 nafar masalan Ömer Bekali, Sayragul Savatbay bu bizningki Gulbar Jillova, Qalbnur Sidiqlar bilan paranglashdik. Hammasida bir kasallik alomati bor ekan. Masalan, salomatligida ba'zi tuberkuloz bo'libdi. Hammasi doğru ishyapti demaslarda, hammasi doğru ishyapti necha kundan yo'qi. Tega bular Xitoylar bevosita telefon qilib ta'did solgan lager shohidlar mushlarga. Sotqa borma, agar boradigan bo'lsang, sen nerda bo'lsang, seni yondirib ketamiz deb bir lager shohidi ismini oshkorlamay, Xitoy bexatarlik organlari telefon qilib ta'did solganda, shuni qaramay bular men tunogini kuzam yosh kelib ketdi. Hammasi og'riqsanki. Mush turmining sababidan. Hammasi doğru ishib o'tibdi, hammasi shundan turib ketdi. Alloh haqiqatan rozi bo'lsin. Xo'sh, oxirida Abdulla Ayıp efendim. Bu hamda Xitoy hukumati 49-yildan tortib vatanimizni bosgandan tortib hozirgacha xalqimizni so'roq qilyotdi, xalqimizni sotlayotdi, xalqimizni qarlayotdi. Shu 49-ni hozirgacha tunji qatim xalqimiz Xitoyni qarlab, Xitoyning ustidan arsonish imkoniyatiga kursiga yotdi. Endi bu tunji qatim xalqaro bir mustaqil sud Xitoyni javobgarlik tortib, mayli nima bo'lishidan qat'iy nazar shakldagi bu sud ne siz bu sudning ahamiyatiga qanday bavrsiz? Masalan, siz bir Uyg'ur ziyolisi bo'lsiz.
Birincisi bu sotqa kelgan axborot organlari nihoyat chiqmish solning atrofida bütün axborotchilar bilan qo'shilgan. Buning birinchi ahamiyati bizning bo'layotgan dardimiz dunyoga jakolaydi. Masalan, men atgan yoz 5-6 axborot organlari bilan ko'rishib, shu muloqot berdim. Bu birisi. Ikkinchisi bu shu vaqtgacha 5 parlament Uyg'urlarga bo'layotgan zulmni, irqiy qirg'inchilik va insoniyatga qarshi jinoyat deb bekitdi. Tek 6-ncısı vücudga kelmedi. Belki şu sotning amaliy ahvoli şu hozirgacha harakatga o'tmagan davlat va parlamentlarni harakatga o'tkazishi mumkin. 3-nchisi shu vaqtgacha Uyg'urlar davomli nimada turib keldik sotlang'uchi va ziyonkashlik qilinuvchi holat turib keldik. Shu vaqtgacha biz bir sot jarayonida Xitoyga o'zimizning paketlarini ta'minlab bu yerda bir bizga shu vaqtda bir adolatli bir fursat berilmagan. Biz davomli besim ostida iqro qilishga majburdik, lekin o'zimizning fikrini bilishga ojizdik. Bu qaytdan bu xalqaro sud bizga shu dardimizni so'zlash, haqiqatni oshkorlash fursati berdi. Hozir Uyg'urlarning bu tadqiqot qilinganida 87% mujorat Uyg'urlarning psixik o'xshamagan darajada psixik kasallikka girib bo'lgan. Bu menimcha eng muhim bir tarafi Uyg'urlarga bir shu umid, jasorat so'zlaydiganga bir shijoat ata qildi deb qarayman. Chunki shunday bir fursatning borligini bilgandan keyin balkim bundan texnik qarindoshlarimiz, texnik sharq tursalliqlar bunga kirishi, bunga o'rnidan dasturishi mumkin deb qarayman.
To'g'ri deysiz. Masalan, hozir bu bizning bilishimizcha hozir matbuotlarga tunilgan lager shoirlarining soni 9 atrofida. 10 deyli hozir. Ama egalishimizcha bu 100 dan ortiq ekan bu lager shoirlar. Chet ellarga lagerlardan qutulib, lagerlarga yetib chiqqanlar hamda. Ama cesaret kılamagan köpeyisi bu 10 kişi cesaret kılıp çıkan ağızlık şirayetimizde. Mesela nurgun adamlarınki belki 5 bin 10 bin oluşup gerek. Ataları, uruk tukalları, türmler, ceza, lagırlar yapmaya adam yok. Ama nurgun adamlar vatandaki tukallarımız biz yankeşlik yapılamı ki de bundan vayım yap, enstrep hazırlıkça oturup çıkanmalık hem de. Bu mu bir yerde bizning bu mayli dunyo kultini olsun, boshqa tashkilotlarni olsun, balkim sizni rahatsız qilayotgan bir masala bo'lsa kerak. Siz hozir deb o'tdingiz hamda. Xo'sh, rahmat Abdullayev efendim, sizning bugungi sud, sizningki guvohchiligingiz bilan, guvohligingiz bilan oxirlashar ekan. Sizga muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Aziz qarindoshlar, birozdan keyin sudning 2-bo'lim boshlandi. Sayragul Savutbayningki guvohligi bilan bizgimi bir Baxtiyor efendim ilişkimiz mesul olduk. Bu naq meydan programmasını taqtışqa bizge bir 5 minut ruxsat qilinglar. Uningdan keyin birozdan keyin tekrar sud başlandı. Tekrar görüşeyle. Rahmat.
Saat 2'de görüşeyle.
Saat 2'de görüşeyle.